conjure up, it beats the hell out of none at all. And if Batgirl didn't partake of certain archetypal structures, no one would give a damn about that.
It's a good point. You know, whenever Jordan Peterson does this with his fingers and does a little mashup of the ingredients he's using in the midair, you know he's onto something. Well, to begin with, your daughters wouldn't be drawn to Batwoman or Batgirl or Bat-they or Bat-them in the first place if it wasn't reflective of some sort of higher archetypical avatar, you know? I would even go far as to say as even Batgirl is a reflection of Batman, and Batman would be a reflection of some sort of higher priesthood. Ultimately, Jesus Christ.
Batgirl.
Okay, I'm going to
Spider-Man and Batman.
I'm going to spare
play
you.
Play a role in the culture.
All right.
Because look,
hold
it's
on.
not
Look!
accidental.
He needs a ponytail so bad. I just wish he just started with one. He would be complete with a ponytail.
Not accidental that superhero stories have a structure. And to say that, well, Batman and Spider-Man are obvious fictions and we could use them as moral exemplars, which we do.
You're taking the wrong end. You're taking the wrong end of this. I'm not.
You little shit. You little midget. I am. No. I'm just getting to it. This is the pre. I'll get to the diary in just a second.
I'm not minimizing the power of stories. Right? I'm saying we can understand their power without recourse to believing things we.
No, that's a contradiction already, dummy. It's already a contradiction. So stupid. He just contradicted himself. He just said, Batgirl, we permit Batgirl. Why do you even permit Batgirl? Why would you let your kids even engage with something that's false if you knew that they were deriving something true from it? That means if you can derive something true from something false, then suddenly you have a problem. I mean, Sam Harris, he just needs to be. It sucks because he's always going to be involved with people, you know, like Peterson or Weinstein's, and they're just not equipped. $5. Thank you for buying a Bob chat. Here's $5 to haunt Jessica. Oh yeah, Jessica's haunted by Mr. Kirk. Mr. Kirk, where are you? Mr. Kirk, calling Mr. Kirk. Oh yeah. Who's taller, Digital Gnosis or Sam Harris? Digital Gnosis does look very small. That was for you, Jessica. All right, let's get into this. These people. I mean, you guys are in for quite a laugh.
That we're looking at
You guys are
because I'm a good person, a good YouTuber. I link what we go over.
You're a good person? Bro, your own view reduces you to a machine.
And not only that, but I linked the video that he got the clip from right below that. And then below that, I linked the video that he references at the end. So you don't have to go out and look for all these things and try to guess where the fuck they are. Because I know
Old balls.
doing.
You know what you're doing? Okay, old balls.
Scott's typing.
Balls.
I just thought it just before.
Yeah, what's the standard for good? Nothing. Zero. I'm a good person.
What do you do? You know, we try to teach them.
Teach them. Let's teach
The
these
shaking
people.
fist. Sorry, Dave, for not getting back.
We gotta
That's
teach these
mental
people.
health stuff.
We seriously
Is that
gotta,
for you?
we're gonna be
it's for
teaching
you.
these people stuff.
Shaking fist.
Yeah, we got. Yeah, he sent me an email.
There's
and,
Captive Desk,
we're
our favorite.
do something together, but hey,
One of our-
it's no problem, man.
one of our
you
favorite
take care of your
people.
business, and you get a hold of me when you want to. All right.
There he
Not a
is.
problem.
God doesn't reel.
I wonder if I should make this bigger. I don't know. If
Get on with
what
it,
you want to see
boomers.
What you want to watch here is the body language when he's talking.
Oh, they're going to study Dyer's body language. Wow, that's a good start. Poison the well right off the bat by assuming some sort of authority in studying body language. Really, Answers in Atheism? Really, Mike? You're going to study his body language?
person, but
Oh, we're going to be using a lot of Becky today. Lots of Becky today.
Anyway,
Yeah, I think
Language
I think
expert,
Zach wants to talk
fallacy
about
in 10
some,
seconds.
Ken Ham stuff. So
Body
I
language.
told him, I said, I don't need a lot of preparation for that. I know most of it in my
That's
Or
great.
you
Shut up.
can't, as a witness, ask questions.
a wellness check.
okay.
Epistemology of perception. Are you at all familiar with like the neo-realist tradition, or the more direct realist tradition along the lines of like William James and such, and how they would consider things like logic and stuff within the structure of reality and
Stuff
more
is stuff.
functional in a process and not an immaterial entity? And do you have a response to that?
Yes, I am. So I think the problem with this position is that it doesn't account for the things that we need and expect and actually see logic, words, meaning, concepts, math doing, right? So for example, I don't see how something that's an immaterial invariant thing could be a process. And so if it's not itself a process, or if it's not a social construct, or if it's not itself identical to matter, then what is it? And
Good question, right? Now, do you guys see how this is relevant to the stuff comes from stuff argument? The same way I went after breakfast tacos, him saying stuff comes from stuff, like Jay is pointing out, well, invariant things like behaviors are not identical to the matter themselves. So how do you account for those things, these invariant things, the relations? The things he's saying like math, logic, making relations, using categories, using particulars, making relations between those things, forming sets underneath sets, and so forth. That activity, that isn't something identical to any objects. Now, it's weird because the physicalists, it might be that because they're starting with physicalism, that they're actually unable to perceive through their paradigm what the problem is here. They just don't do it. They just refuse to do it. Or they just can't do it.
once we try to identify or reduce any of these things to matter, or when we don't want to give an account for immaterial invariant objects, or we want to say that the mind is identical to matter, we're actually placing ourselves in impossible positions. And so
an impossible position, Jay is referencing a position that incorporates all that in a position incorporates, which is like your epistemology, your metaphysics, your account for mind, your account for math, your account for logic, your account for reasoning, your account for the regularity of nature, all of it, a whole paradigm. That's what he means by an impossible position. Now, these people think an impossible position means that you, like, they're like, well, I can think of my position, so therefore it's not impossible. They don't even understand what Jay means when he says an impossible position.
you're welcome to.
There's a lot to unpack there.
Let's see them unpack just this part.
Let's
This is
see.
hilarious.
Okay.
This is hilarious.
Okay. So I think the problem with this
Becky,
position is
are you
that
ready?
it doesn't account for the things that we need and expect and actually see: logic, words, meaning, concepts, math, doing right. Okay. So he says something that's pretty telling. So, for example, I don't see how something that's an immaterial, invariant thing could be a process. And so if it's not a process, and if it's not a social construct, and if it's not itself identical to matter,
Mhm.
then what is it?
Right. Under a
So here
physicalist view. Under a physicalist view.
he basically asserts that these things that he's listed, these folk psychological ideas that we humans have.
What do you mean an idea? You just appealed to something else that doesn't exist as matter. Doofus. He's not taking a position. He's critiquing the physicalist position. What are these things under the position that called in? You doofus.
Logic, words, meaning, concepts, math, doing right, are basically immaterial from the start, right? And for some reason, a lot of atheists, because they're nominalists about universals and abstracts, will go along with that and let them get away with that bullshit, right?
Tell me how to not get away from it. Get away with it. Like this guy comes in, Old Balls comes in thinking he has some way. What do you mean get away with? He's basically mirroring the caller's perspective and challenging him and saying, well, what are these things under your view? How is that bullshit? Asking him what are these things under the view is not bullshit. What do you mean get away with? Get away with what? Mirroring back the caller's view? I mean, these numbskulls on this channel, they're so stupid that they don't even know when there's an internal critique happening versus when someone's actually holding their own position. That's why it's so hard to engage with them, because they don't even know where they are in the conversation. They don't even know what they're watching half the time. But it is entertaining for us.
Right. So he's already introduced the immaterial realm right here. What do you think of that?
Well, like I said, we
here
can't
comes
know
breakfast.
100% for anything. So
That's
there could be this supernatural.
That's a self-refuting statement itself, captive dummy. Well, let me pull out another platitude from the interwebs. We can't know anything for certain anyhow, so. Oh. Well, hold on. Let me pull out an atheist platitude from the hat. Oh, this one will work. Well, we can't know nothing for certain anyhow. Jay Dyer's position is circle. We're not even talking about Jay Dyer's position, Muzi. Okay? Does Allah have a foot? Let us know in the comments. Focus, Muzzy. Focus.
Allahu Akbar, Allahu Akbar!
We're not talking about his position. Focus.
Thing going on, but I don't see where it actually is interacting.
We can't know
If
anything.
there's anything detectable outside of the brain, that is the mind.
Yeah, he's challenging physicalism.
Yes, he does what? What are you talking about, Camel Diddler? Huh? What are you saying? Focus. There's here, let me help out the inbred guy. There's a caller who's a physicalist. He's calling and he's engaging with Jay's critique of physicalism. In this case, how does a physicalist, how does a nominalist, how do they account for things, categorical things, immaterial things, invariant things, behaviors that aren't identical to matter? Can you focus, Camel Diddler?
Tell him how logic, words, meaning, concepts, math, and doing right arise from all physical things, right? And I'm up to that challenge. Unfortunately,
he's up to the challenge. Listen to Old Balls right here. Now, at least I'll give Breakfast Tacos credit. He was up for the challenge and tried to produce an argument. Okay, listen to what he says again.
See where it actually is interacting with anything, or that there's anything detectable outside of the brain, that is the mind.
Yeah, he's challenging physicalists to tell
Right.
him how logic, words, meaning, concepts, math, and doing right arise from all physical things, right? And
Yes.
I'm up to that challenge.
So he's up to the challenge, he says. Well, good, Old Balls. Let's get you going on that challenge. You know, because Breakfast Tacos was up for the challenge, and he said everything arises from stuff. I pointed out, well, no, you have one thing. Answers in Atheism, Mike is pointing out right now that Jay's bringing up. There's one thing, a couple of things that you can't justify arises from matter itself, which is the relations between particulars, the behaviors, invariant laws of physics, law of thermodynamics, laws of logic. These you don't see arise from material, because material itself would have to abide by those things. So how could a material or a collection of material produce an emergent property called the laws of logic if the laws of logic needed to be in place to have that material in place? You're already cooked from the start. Answers in Atheism, you dummy. Becky.
Yeah,
Unfortunately, it's not something that you can easily do any one of these things.
So Mike's answer, old balls here, is he's up for the challenge. The problem is it's impossible.
It's a whole lot of work, a lot of setting up. And they rely on that. And they also rely on the atheists saying, oh,
We rely on your inability to actually do the work and try to make that work. What are you talking about? You think the only validity of what Jay is countering right here, it relies on your laziness? Fucking idiot.
oh yeah, I think abstracts are immaterial, right? Nothing is immaterial if you're a physicalist. Damn it. Oh, Christ, spooky. Stop it. You almost gave me.
Nothing's immaterial if you're a physicalist. Correct. You can't grant yourself immaterial things. Yet, to even come to a physicalist position, you've already granted yourself a number of immaterial things that can't be grounded or justified under physicalism. But you borrow them anyway. And you just call them, well, that's the conceptual world. We just need that. We need that to talk about stuff, you see?
When he says it's impossible to prove that everything is just material.
He could do it if he could do it.
You can't win because sure, nothing's 100%.
Nothing's 100%. Another 100% statement from Captain fucking Dummy. Nothing is 100%. I got another absolute statement that's self-refuting. I'm Captain Dummy. Nothing is nothing. Something is something.
I'm sure there's going to be a lot of things discovered that we didn't know about before.
There's going to be a lot. Okay, so let me get this straight. Your critique so far is we can't know anything for certain, and we don't know all things at all, but sometime in the future we'll be able to get something more stuff. Can you imagine what life must be like through that lens?
It's like new things are discovered all the time, but
new stuff's discovered all the time. And yet the thing in question is all the immaterial things you need to use first to do something called discovering. Captive Desk. Do you even know what the hell the conversation's about? Sorry, I'm reducing to 11th grade. I can't help it.
Well, more of a, when this happened,
the only thing
that's
under,
can talk about, right? When you have this,
the only thing that's 100% is that nothing's 100% and
picture from the telescope of heaven or where the minds live or whatever it is.
What a wasted voice.
But until then,
absolutely,
it's what ifs, and okay, I'll grant you the what if, but
wow, you're not talking about anything. You're not talking about Jay's position. You're not talking about the caller's position. You guys went off into left field like you're in a basement with a bunch of hookah pipes.
That's all it is right now.
That's all it is right now. Okay. That was great, Captive Desk. Great work. I should have played the violin music.
Transcript. I should show the transcript.
Everything else, though, has been explained with material things.
Everything else, except for the things that we're talking about, dummy. Everything else has been explained by the material things. Material things don't explain anything. Explaining itself is not a material thing. Well, everything else has been explained by everything something. Yeah, he gets a vote. Thanks, Rob. StreamYard and its consequences. That's, a new book. We should take off where Ted K left off. Whew.
And so you're welcome to make
They're not smart
along these lines. So where's that at?
He sounds like Eeyore.
Okay, so now we're going to hear from
he sounds like the bear from Toy Story, the villain bear. Well,
to make argumentation along those lines if you want to.
Explainium.
Okay, so what if we conceived of first of all, I don't believe in immaterial things, so I can try and conceive of everything.
I don't believe in immaterial things. Now, got to give it to Jay. for just holding off on that one, because I would have put the stick right in the wheel. Wouldn't have been a conversation. Would have been a shit show. But whatever kind of will Jay had in this moment, I commend him for. I don't believe in anything immaterial. You couldn't make the statement without the opposite being true.
Think materially, because that's more parsimonious.
Good move.
But say if we had a sort of definition of mind along the lines of a set of interrelationships between material things, and then we consider things like
Relationships between material things are not material. Game over. Go on.
like logic, because obviously I wouldn't say logic's immaterial. I'd say it's a material thing, but it's not.
Really? You'd say logic is a material thing. Very fascinating. Interesting. I wonder what logic's made of. Logicanium? Is that on the periodic table of elements? Logicanium? Huh?
Not an entity, right? Because an entity, there's no like entity, like you couldn't cut open a brain or any sort of reasoning being and find an entity of logic, right? I think we both agree on that.
Did you just say camel diddler? I mean, that comment can be misconstrued as racist. Well, no, that's racist because you're now assuming that there's only certain people who are capable of diddling camels. So look who's racist now.
But if you considered things like logic and like experience and all these things that you would label as immaterial, instead of as immaterial entities that exist in some sort of universal category, instead they were just relationships between material entities or like complex sets of interrelationships
Whiteboard.
between
Whiteboard alert.
material things. And then you could kind of conceive of it that way. What would you respond to that?
Yeah.
I know Islam's not a race. Yeah. Maybe he was being facetious, hopefully. I can't tell in my chat anymore.
Yeah, he's busy writing on his little whiteboard now.
Oh, good critique, Mike, from Answers in Atheism. So we got our second critique in of this little conversation. And what is it? Look at him. He's writing on his whiteboard now.
So,
Oh, wow, Mike. Great work, buddy. So the second critique is Jay's writing something on a whiteboard.
yeah, I kind of like I like the way he's presenting this. I think it's pretty good. We got midnight in the house.
Hello.
And this,
Hello.
hey,
It's
midnight.
been a long while.
Yep.
I say, and that's where you asked him a question, and he's writing on the whiteboard, and I don't think he ever got back to that question he asked.
Oh, well, Captain Disc. Good call. You got him now.
The really important thing he said here is the relationships between material entities or complex sets of interrelationships between material things.
Forget complex sets, any relations. It doesn't matter if they're complex.
And now Jay's going to come up with his reduction.
So
Oh, gosh, because reductions are invalid just because they're simple. Is that what it is? Is that what it is, Mike?
my question would be, and as I was listening to you talk, I wrote down 3 things that I would like you to clarify if you would.
Right.
So when you talk about
Whiteboard
a
fallacy.
set of things, and when you talk about relationships, and when you talk about complex sets,
Look,
when you talk about the things, I assume you mean when you pick out objects in the world. What is the set that classes those set of things?
Okay, well, I guess it would depend on what we're talking about. So
depends on what you
Not
mean.
you, because
Depends on what you mean by set.
this is what you
just
said.
experienced, as an example.
Well, I mean,
so it
you
would
said
be
thing.
like-
Hold on.
Oh, sorry.
So, are you talking about objects in the world? That's what I assume you mean by things. You said relationships between those things in the world.
Mhm.
Okay, so what is this thing that you're calling a set of those things?
What's that made of?
What is this thing?
They're
that I'm
already-
calling a set of things?
Listen, even the people, doing the shitty critique right now. They're giggling because Jay already has them in a corner. What is a set under physicalism? What is it? Set, what is it made out of? Setonium?
Okay, so he's trying to get to the universe.
What is it?
Right? That we're calling. We're picking out a set of things in the world and we're calling it a set of things. So what is that set of things?
Yeah, what is it?
Right? What is the reality of that set of things?
Yeah.
Well, sometimes a set of things is just a set of things.
Wow, Mike. Let's all give a round of applause for Mike. Really doing the work here. Oh, now I have to hit all the buttons. Here we go. Let me see. We got this one.
Allahu Akbar, Allahu Akbar.
We are proud of what we like. We are proud of what we're gonna. We are proud of who we are.
So Mike's big brain response so far is, guys, sometimes the set is the set.
No f***ing duh.
Great work, Mike. Maybe you should have called in. Sometimes the set is just the set.
Of that set of things. Well, sometimes a set of things is just a set of things.
Sometimes the set of things, Jay, if you're around, I really should have been this guy who called in, apparently. Jay, I mean, how are you going to handle this? The set of things is the set of things. Okay, I mean, where else could he take it? He doesn't need to go any further.
So I don't know where he's going with that. Scott's what happened
Wow.
to Scott? He came back.
Wow.
Went away and then he came back. Okay.
Okay, well,
Oh,
it's
sorry,
a set
I
of
was,
relationships. Okay, because I guess what you're trying to say is
Even the caller said it. Jay asked, what's the set of things? Under your physicalist view, he's asking, what's the set? What is this thing you're talking about? He also says the set of things. Yeah, see, I don't even know if people are making fun of emergentism anymore on this channel. I think that's an accomplishment.
What's that?
I mean, I thought I'm on mobile right now. I'll be back if we see it a sec. I thought that I could just put it back in the background and still be in it, but I guess Restream isn't like StreamYards. Also,
Why do they bring an autistic guy on?
so this has nothing to do with the video. With the video, I mean, it does, but I always wonder why is it that people feel the need to have like
Today, Junior.
the blue and red lighting? Or
Oh, another great critique. Wow, they're bringing in the top-notch people here. Why whiteboard? If God real, why bad thing happen? Why red light? As a quote Arab, I would call you a racism if you didn't call that guy in the chat a camel diddler. Their feet resemble Allah's one. Their feet resembles Allah's feet. It's an honor to be called one. Thank you, Nadeem. Really appreciate that support. Appreciate that.
just like what does
What?
that do?
So he looks like
I've seen it around. It's like
Wow, you guys are bringing in the killers now. I mean, you're bringing in what do they call them? The ringers. You're bringing in the ringers now. Why the red light? Why the red light?
I don't know.
he looks like the devil. He's got the blue
He looks like the devil.
background and the red. You know, he looks pretty much like the devil.
Wow, old balls.
Old balls, gross.
I think that's it. Like watching a toddler ask his first questions.
Like watching a toddler. You're calling Jay a toddler? That's it? That's all?
It's their logo. Yep. Anyway, okay. So let's.
Okay.
So the set is the hold on. So the set is is the relationship.
Sorry?
Is that what you're saying? The set is identical to the relationship?
Well, no, because like you could have.
That was Mr. Logo in their chat. This is like watching a toddler ask his first questions. They couldn't. Oh,
a bunch of individual relationships, and then a set of them is just a collection of relationships.
Okay, so when we talk about a series of objects, right, that we're calling a coconut or whatever, you're saying that that is a set of 7 coconuts, right? There's 7 of these things, and that set we're calling coconuts, right?
Kind of. I guess like if you, so for example, if you're looking at numbers and you wanted to find an empirical example of numbers, you could find 7 coconuts and then see the relationship between them of 7 different entities.
Okay, so hold on. So you said the set, so
the
the set is identical to the relationship now, in this case, in this example.
I'm not sure I fully understand what you mean, but from what I'm hearing,
you said
this is where he's trying to change the words.
Oh, stop. What a cope these people. They're such losers. This is where he's trying to change it. Hit derp, but derp, but derp.
As he said, there was, like you just repeated, Mike, there was a interrelationship between the things.
Right. You said
He's asking if the set is identical to the relationships, dummies.
And now he's trying to get him to say they are
He's not trying to get them to say anything. He's asking them, stupid.
identical. And then this is what they do. Then now he's
This is what they do? You mean cross-examine your stupid physicalist view that can't make sense of categories? That's all he's doing. He's done it a million times. You think this is a new thing for Jay? This is like bowling with bumpers for Jay. Are you kidding me? He already knows what to write on the whiteboard for you silly people. This is absurd.
Is that what I said, right?
Yeah.
Oh, so now they're coping and saying Jay is gaslighting them, right?
And Planet New. Well, that's what you said. That's what you said. Oh, okay. And then they'll go, well, see, now you're wrong. That's exactly.
Yeah. We repeat what you say, and then if it's wrong, we state that it's wrong. Is there another way of doing it, Captive Desk, when someone says something and you respond and go, are you saying this? And then saying, well, that's wrong. Well, is there some other magical way we do this? People are fucking brain dead. I would say, I mean, the collective IQ of these people, it's got to be like 80.
Exactly what he's doing right here.
This stuff, it would be really handy to have an online transcript
You need a transcript to have a conversation now to know what you're saying? Well, really, I really need to have a handy transcript of the things I say because I'm not sure what I say. And then when someone asks me, is that what I said? I'm like, I don't know. I got to check the transcript.
A real-time transcript.
It's an
You
eternal
go
hell.
back and see, okay, did I say that?
Did
Or
I
did
say
put
it?
those words in my mouth?
Did I actually? Why is it Jay or anyone else's responsibility to know what, like, you know what you say? If we repeat what you say, how is that on us? Well, he's just repeating what I'm saying, and he's like, did I say that? What do you need? You need a freaking transcript running live so you remember what you said like 2 seconds ago? Is that how? What?
I was doing. I was backing.
What's up, Chad Jackson?
I was like, that's not what he said.
Shout out, Chad Jackson. Give Chad some love.
He did it at least a couple of times because I made notes of it.
Oh, he made notes of it. I said it. You said it. You said I said it. What I said is what you said.
This just a minute ago, and I backed up and like, no, that's not what he said.
Wow.
It's confusing the set of coconuts with the relationship. And didn't he talk about a set of relationships?
Jay's not confusing anything. He's asking the caller, under his view, is the set identical to the relationship? He's not. Jay's position is nowhere in the room. what is it about atheists who just habitually, now, obviously there are theists, there are Muslims that don't understand an internal cross-examination. They just don't, I don't know what it is. They think like, because Jay's asking from a specific lens, that he's holding the view. I mean, how stupid do you have to be? How are you going to do a critique of someone's cross-examination like this on YouTube and not start with, this is an internal cross-examination from Mr. Dyer to the caller? What I don't, I just, it's beyond me. It's a very simple distinction. 499 from Jortocalypse Rising, which it is. Thank you so much. They are not sure what they say, even worse, what they mean. They don't know what they mean. They don't know where they stand. All they know is God no real. That's all I can get from these people. If God real, why bad thing happen? They will say anything, they'll bite any bullet, so long as it follows that they're not even close to acknowledging a divine mind. That's what it seems to me. Now, that's not a good argument. I'm not making an argument. I'm doing a Yelp review. Okay. That's what it seems like to me.
Relationships? Is that what he's saying?
He's not saying it, dummy. He's not saying it.
The set is identical to the relationship? No.
No, he's asking, dude.
A relationship is between two different items, right? Or between two different sets.
Yeah, that's what he's asking. You have two different particulars, right? Because the physicalist reduces to nominalists, and they have to look at particulars. Jay's asking, under his view, what is the thing that you're pointing to? Where is this? Where is this thing called the set? Because if everything is just a particular, there really is no thing that's also that or in a category of that, because it's its own thing. It's all unique. It's not related to that other thing in any way. Making a category is some sort of illusory trick that you're using for pragmatic reasons to make sense of the world. But from your view, you can't justify the set. You can't justify how things are unified. You can't justify that there's a relationship between particulars and universals. That's what he's asking. What are these things under your view? What are they? They have to be reduced to something.
So no, the set is not.
People are so stupid, man. They're so dumb. Gosh, it makes me support drone strikes. What's up, Jay? Easy way to end all these issues is to do what I've done with the Muslims. Ask them to restate your argument. The Muslims, they won't be able to. They don't. It's like they don't even remember what they say, or maybe they know that they're trapped. Because no matter what your position is, when you're cross-examined, I have this experience where you're kind of resisting because you feel like you're being led down a trap, and then your confidence is, grabbed a little bit, and you're like, wait a second, is this a trap? So you don't want to answer things, like you feel this resistance. But if you're certain of where the trap, like what you're going to say, if you're certain where it's going, you should be able to just state your position.
And that wasn't what he said. He said it was in a relationship, and that's the way two or more things are connected. So
what am I bitching about? I want to know what Allah's foot looks like, Amir. Tell me what Allah's foot looks like.
Allahu Akbar, Allahu Akbar!
Or you can go with a shin. A shin is fine. What is a shin anyway? What is a foot? Can you tell me?
Then he turns it around and he's saying, so you said they were identical. No, that's not what he said.
I said you
but they'll implant it in your head.
Oh, they'll implant it in your head. So your critique now of Jay or they out there. Now it's plural. It's not just Jay. We're planting things in your head. We're planting your view in your head. What are you looking for, reparations or something? Sounds a little victim-y. We're idea graping you? That's now your defense? Well, they're making me say things. They're making me say stuff now, and they're planting stuff in my head. This isn't a waste of time. This is glorious. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? What are you wasting your time here? You just like abuse? Why are you even here?
And you and I both did it with JimBob, Mike, where he said, well, you just said this and that a minute ago.
Yeah, and did you?
And then, okay, well, maybe I misspoke. Well, see, you were wrong.
Maybe you misspoke. No, you couldn't tell me the scientific method, dummy. Neither of you could make a distinction between an observation and a hypothesis.
But then when we go back and look,
I can't believe
that's
how
not what
long
we
the
said.
copes are.
Right? They start turning it around on you just so they can say, aha, see, your whole thing is wrong. Your premise is wrong.
They're not even talking about what Jay's talking about. I mean, if this is what they need to do to just stay focused on a particular conversation,
Whatever.
they already
Because
lost.
you misspoke that one time. When you didn't actually do it, they're the ones that implanted the mistaken wording.
Yeah, he's claiming to do an internal critique.
That's what he's doing.
A physicalist worldview.
Yeah.
But he's cramming it into his own ideas.
What are you talking about? He's cramming it into his own ideas. He didn't mention his own ideas, you dipshit. He's asking questions. What are you saying? What idea did he cram? Nothing.
All the time.
What are you talking about?
Basically redefining the words and changing what the person said. And he's coming up with this identical bullshit. And all he's doing is cramming it into his precept worldview.
What the hell are you talking about? Utter gibberish. Cramming it into his precept worldview. He didn't even say his worldview. By the way, an atheist could do the same cross-examination with the same whiteboard with a different light if you wanted, a different red light. These people are either deliberate liars or they're so detached from what reality is that they're not even lying. They fundamentally experience the world this way. Like a complete right. Precept isn't a worldview. They act like they don't have their own presuppositions. Their precept worldview. It's like, what are you talking about?
He's not doing a proper
the red lights
of physicalism at all.
Remember these thanks, Rob.
Burn you in real time.
We do burn
you
you.
have to be able to.
We do burn you in real time because you're not ready for the cross-examination because you never thought of things at this kind of complexity. Maybe it's not even complexity. It might be more simple, in fact.
Like you said,
you never asked yourself a question from a materialist position. What justifies that there's some sort of uniformity at all, let alone the uniformity of nature and has its regularity and invariant laws, but the fact that there's a way of thinking that's intelligible in describing such things. Those are two different things. All Jay is pointing out is not only are those things unrelated particulars, but all of the things that you're pointing to as particulars and drawing categories from are also just completely unrelated. So we're asking you a bigger question here. What are they?
Look back at the transcript and wait a minute.
What's a category? What's a relationship? What's a set? Is it identical to the thing? Is the relationship identical to the object?
Yeah, but they're not going to give you time to do that.
Give you time to wow, what a cope.
Okay.
Unbelievably. These people are such cowards. They don't give you the time. No, you don't take the time, right, to think about what's being asked. You think, oh yeah, you think like we're funneling through some turbo cross-examination and purposefully not giving you time.
Case of the coconuts is the relationship between the coconuts.
Idiots, man.
And there's 7 of them.
Right, that would be one set of relationships, sure, yep.
Okay, so 7 is identical to the material components that make up the 7 coconuts?
No.
Identical is not exactly the word I'd use. I would say that's sort of like an instantiation of that relationship.
Oh, so there's a distinction between the set and the individuals, such that the set is instantiated.
Well, in the sense, like,
what Jay's drawing out is that there's this constant back and forth from the person who has the worldview of the caller, where they make things identical and then separate, identical and separate. The set, the relationship is this aggregate of the particulars. He's asking, well, what's the thing you're pointing to that is the set or the relationship? And the only thing they can point to are particulars. That's why, and Jay already knows this. The only thing you can point to are particulars. That's why they hold a nominalist position to begin with, because their own view can't justify the thing that they're calling that collection of reference objects in the world, or even events in the world. They can't even justify the categorization of events in the world, let alone the objects in the world.
Yes, because there's like an individual example of it, and then you could find that example elsewhere. I don't think there's like
what
Right.
is instantiated? Because you said you're
Coconuts.
Coconuts, they say.
Yeah, the example is coconuts. And that's what
Examples.
instantiated means. So
Instantiated means the coconuts now. What are you saying? The coconuts. That's what instantiation means, is the coconuts. No, that's the thing in question. The thing you're calling a set. That's the thing that's being questioned. You're just grant yourself there's this. I mean, the brain rot is that's why I showed this. It's comical. This is even an old video of Jay's. It's just comical.
So
it's a nonsense question. He's just trying to get him rattled or whatever.
It's a nonsense question. He's trying to get him rattled. Wow, this is some high level shit, Captive Desk. Wow, this must be one of the weeks you didn't hit your head on the counter.
And he said at the beginning, hey, I'm not on your level or whatever.
He's trying to get him to identify two things as the same thing, which they really aren't. Like a set of things.
He almost
based on certain relationship.
Hey, they should take basic philosophy classes online before debating. Well, especially like if they're gonna do a cross-examination of a cross-examination. I mean, that's even another thing altogether than just the debate. These guys are doing a cross-examination of an internal critique. They can't even make sense of where is Jay holding a view and where is Jay just propping up a view that's internal to the person who's calling in. They don't even know the difference. Now he's trying to say things are the same and different. He's trying to rattle the caller. Oh my goodness.
It's not the relationship.
Stop
It's
whining.
the things you can draw a circle around in an imaginary way.
An imaginary way, in an imaginary way. The things you can draw a circle around in an imaginary. So now this sets, from their view, the categories is an imaginary thing. It's not real. There's nothing real about the sets of things. There's nothing real about that these things are unified in some way, in some metaphysical way. There's no ontology to making sense of the world. The world is fundamentally unrelated. All of it. Fundamentally unrelated from their view. And yet here they do that. They just own themselves over and over again. When they make sentences and they talk about things, they admittedly are participating in a complete illusion, a magic trick. And here they are debating whether theism or Christianity is true, while holding a view that the very methods they use for making sense of the world is completely fabricated. Right. They can't distinguish anything. So all their critique is, well, why aren't you giving me my illusory framework for examining reality, Jay? Why are you so meanie pants? Anyone who's had a basic Plato or Aristotle class would be able to know the basic issues I'm raising.
That share those properties or relationships, types of behaviors.
Again, so the thing in question is relationships. And he goes, well, you just got to look at the things that share things. And that's how we do it. Derp.
With one another.
Yeah, those relationships are called universals. The moment you form this statement called this, like, oh, these have shared things, you're actually crafting something from your worldview that doesn't really exist.
Other types of properties. So
Derp.
he was trying to confuse
He's not
the
trying to
thing here
confuse
because
anybody.
I see
You
just a
snakes,
motivation
bunch of
to trip somebody up,
pig snake.
and so get them to.
The motivation of cross-examining a belief that you know is incoherent is to trip them up. How is that a bad thing? If someone calls in to debate something, their worldview, and they try to defend it, the cross-examiner's job is to find flaws, aka trip them up, and now that's some bad thing. You guys celebrate when an atheist trips up a theist in a bad take or a bad argument. Now it's bad to trip people up. You guys are such failures.
Second guess, like you said, and to say they said things that they didn't say, because you can't roll the tape back and say, oh, I didn't make that mistake. But
you can retract things in real time. I've done it. It's called a retraction. Say, oh, I misspoke. Let me retract that and state it a different way.
So
yeah,
it's a dishonest form of.
This is why, yeah, I agree. It's not an accident, Jordan, that the scientismos, like these people, ultimately think philosophy is for no reason at all. There's nothing good about it. Meanwhile, of course there is. Can it lead you into terrible places? Yeah, it has. It has for people. But that, I think you're right about that. You don't want people thinking about a worldview level of a view. You want them thinking about particular claims about things myopically.
Interlock in
They're
talking.
Oh, wow.
That's it. And
wow, we got some top notch.
Because you can't
listen
use the thing here, because I see just a motivation to trip somebody up, and so get them to second guess, like you said, and to say they said things that they didn't say.
Jay, so mean.
Because you can't roll the tape back and say, oh, I didn't make that mistake.
Oh no.
So yeah, it's a dishonest form of
what?
Of talking.
Oh, of talking. Gotcha. I didn't know what you were doing there for a second. I wasn't sure what you were doing there.
That's it. And I agree. Everybody, Spooky's here. Yeah, he almost caught it. Did you see where he said again? So you're saying they are identical? And he said, "Well, I wouldn't
it's
say
dishonest to
identical.
state."
Because he didn't.
Yeah, I
say
know.
that.
I missed the opportunity.
He keeps wanting to throw that you said they were identical, and he did not say that.
Yeah, it's horrific.
Okay. So what we have
anything for them to hit play and keep listening.
And so there are 7 instantiations.
It gets worse. It gets worse.
Form, right? And we can get into that a little bit later, but anyway. But he's calling 7 the relationship between the coconuts or something. I don't know where the hell he's going with it, but
he's not
trying to go somewhere. I'm trying to figure out where he's trying to go, I guess.
Yeah, let's.
Okay.
I think that's at least the first honesty.
Materialist.
It's like,
so there's not actually anything instantiated. I mean, in your mind, you might perceive an instantiation, but in the world, there's nothing instantiated.
Oh, there's not really 7 coconuts? You idiot.
Yeah.
No, from the physicalist view. Wow.
Instantiated just means an example.
Right.
So that's the example. He brought up coconut.
Mike is so stupid. The Answer's an Atheist, the guy who slurs a lot, who spits while he talks.
You sure my
Jay just asked a question. Hey, so there's not.
Goodness gracious, that guy's coming in full front.
Are you yeah.
Well, Mike,
does my speech defect offend you?
Me?
Yeah.
Does it offend me? No.
Okay. Seems to offend some people. So anyway.
Yeah, it's pretty brutal, man.
It's pretty dumb. I mean, he's saying nothing. I haven't been able to listen to this. Let's see, where are we? Did he mention Armstrong or no? He mentioned Aristotle, right? Where was that? Have you gotten any of his points? Have you figured out what any of his points are?
Well, he's still stuck on you guys talking about what they do, and he hasn't done those things. He's saying they do this and they do that, and they trick you, and they read the transcript. wrong. I don't know what you guys are doing. So he's just playing around with that.
Well, I thought it was kind of unfair of Dyer to treat the kid that he had on the way he treated him.
What are you talking about?
He was being very condescending, and he wasn't giving the kid the benefit of the doubt. And he tried to trip him up on what identical, like this is the word identical kept coming up, and Dyer kept trying to shove it down his throat. And that really happened. We could look at the transcript.
I don't know what you're talking about. Shove it down his throat. He's got a whiteboard up there. He's writing down what the kid said and saying, okay, so did you mean the set is the relationship? Did you mean it's identical? He's looking for clarifications. And once he gets that, he's going to try to move forward. But you guys are all hung up on this. Oh, this is a trick. He's gonna mix up his words. And I'm trying to figure out what you guys are doing, because he's written down his words specifically so he doesn't misrepresent him.
Let's see, what was the name of this one? What's the atheist attempt, which is the most consistent? Jay refutes atheists using coconuts. Okay.
I'm surprised you didn't watch this yet. He has like 582 people watching. You can see up there in the top left.
It's impossible to watch this bullshit. There's no content. I tuned in and got one little part, just one little part on Matter, and I started trying to talk to him on in comments on it. Yeah. And he has nothing sensible to say. The last thing he said to me, I forget what the hell it was. It just was so totally. I mean, he said nothing. He had no defense, right?
I don't know what you're talking about.
You don't know.
I mean, I don't know the specifics of what you're talking about.
Oh yeah. Well, he said, basically, I came up with an argument about nitrogen and carbon, and he came up with, you got nothing, do you? That's all he said. You got nothing. It's like,
well, that's not a good argument.
No, that's not a good argument. Let's see.
-1 for JimBob. But this is kind of a long video, a long critique. It's kind of funny too. We got you critiquing Dyer, and JimBob critiquing you, and now me and you critiquing JimBob, critiquing you, critiquing Dyer. What's next?
It would be really cool if somebody would do me the favor of going in and just cutting out the memes and the insults and talking about Midnight, calling him autistic and because he stutters. And, if you could get rid of all that, I could probably listen to it. But I don't think JimBob actually has any argument at all. Have you heard an actual philosophical argument against the realist position on universals?
Well, he's trying to point out that you're assuming and presupposing all sorts of non-physical things in your worldview. So he's coming from the same stance as Jay Dyer, a worldview, a paradigmatic stance, an entire worldview, saying that the physicalist is relying and bringing in all sorts of immaterial things that they can't account for physically. That's the totality of the argument, of the idea being presented. Right. But it's really slow to get here because it seems you guys are caught up on what Jay Dyer is trying to do or attempting to do. You're speculating things he hasn't done yet.
My StreamYard isn't working anymore with OBS after I updated my operating system this morning. That is really disturbing because I would really like to draw you a picture. But anyway, okay.
You want to draw?
The weird thing is that Jay Dyer, JimBob, he doesn't know what the hell realism about universals is, or what conceptualism or nominalism is, right?
Wait, who doesn't?
JimBob doesn't. He doesn't know anything.
Well, he's talking about universals and nominalism. He's
that's the only
asserting that you guys would ignore universals on a physicalist perspective. Is that not the case?
Okay, so I am a realist about universals. So is Dyer. So is Jay Dyer, according to that's what he said. He's a realist about universals. But for him, he's a Platonic realist about universals. Okay, what that means is that universals really exist. There really is some universal classification or form or category. Except that he believes, and I'm sure you believe too, that God did it, or it's the mind of God. stamped the universe out in a certain form so that it had universals in it, right? Which is a very incoherent position. So
I think he's pointing out that if you're relying on physical objects in your paradigm, that it's not going to allow for universals. Even though you're using them, you can't account for them or justify them.
Well, maybe we have to start here with you to get you to see how this works. Okay.
Well, no, I mean, this isn't really about starting with me at the moment per se,
Okay.
Mike.
Okay, go
Kind of
ahead.
trying to critique this. I was hoping someone might come into your defense, because some other guys were critiquing you and I talking and Peter talking.
Yeah.
And talking about the number 7, but the number 7 still hasn't been solved by anybody. That's where I'm trying to get to the 7 in all this. This has been days now, and no one's found the number 7. So that's kind of where I am.
Okay.
All right, I'll let it play. You can just stop me whenever you want to. This is a mess, though. You realize this? It's a glorious mess.
Not really anything real about the 7 coconuts, the 7 part, the set, right? There's nothing. And then this guy goes, "What? There's no really 7 coconuts? You're saying there's not really 7 coconuts here?"
I can't do that. I can't. Okay. Maybe if I shut my sound off and read the transcript. Let's see.
Oh, you want me to put the captions on, maybe?
Yeah, captions would work.
All right.
Coconut.
Look, man, I didn't know. I thought this didn't bother you. I'll take it off you.
No, it's bothered me. It's bothered me since I was 8 years old. Okay, the fact that I have speech bothers me a lot. Right.
Yeah. No, I'm just saying. This is not intended to mimic that. I can't help what JimBob does, but I really think JimBob has some good points behind this. But I'm saying out of respect, I'll
when you find a point. Okay.
I'm just saying out of respect, I don't have to play this. Like I was trying to get someone to defend you, the concepts, not defend, the mimicry and so forth. But if you don't want me to play this, I don't have to play this. That's cool, man. You know what I mean?
I guess eventually I'm gonna have to listen to the damn thing. Okay. The relationship between coconuts. Okay.
That's kind of what I kind of figured you.
92 times coconuts is mentioned in JimBob's transcript. 92 times. He must like coke. And he only said old balls fit 19 times. So you see, that part doesn't offend me, but picking on me because I lisp. My God, what is wrong? He's a Christian. Okay, is this your exemplar of what Christianity is?
No.
Okay.
His attitude is all wrong for sure. But the philosophy.
Why would you listen?
Let me speak for a minute here. His attitude is all wrong, but the value of what JimBob is doing is he's able to move quickly and point by point out different aspects of the Orthodox philosophy and logical fallacies as well. He's actually quite sharp. On top of that, the mimicry and all the nonsense he's doing is because he's an entertainer, but he's going to have to reconcile that at some point if he's going to be in the right spirit to be an Orthodox witness, because I don't agree with that in conclusion. Yeah.
Okay.
Oh boy.
And so that's the example, right?
Is he drunk? He might be.
So he brought up a pile of coconuts, which means that there is
No, I'll vouch for you, Mike. You're sober, because I know that much about you.
Yeah.
Yeah, brother.
Grouping in the world of coconuts such that.
Again, a grouping is the thing in question, right? The external world itself being a metaphysical thing, not identical to all the material that you're calling material out there.
Okay. So what a grouping is if you have, imagine that you have 7 electrons, okay? And those 7 electrons are in one place, like one very, very close within, angstroms of each other, right? They're very close together. They would repel each other unless they had 7 protons which drew them in, and then you would have a nitrogen atom, right? So you would have a grouping of 7 electrons. And if you had another electron that was really close to that, it would interact with that group, right? But if it was like an inch away, there's no way an electron's going to interact over an inch with a nitrogen atom, right?
Okay.
You understand that? So,
yeah, I mean,
okay, so there is something physical that we can call a grouping, right?
well, I think he's pulling in the idea of the term grouping. The idea of the grouping is one thing. The 7 electrons or the 7 protons are things, but when we go into concepts like groups or sets or relationships, we're moving outside of the physical realm into something else. I think that's what he's pointing out.
Yeah. So moving outside the physical realm is what you said. Now you understand that physicalists don't do that, and realists about universals. The kind of realist that I am about universals, there is no outside the physical, right? I see us as an organism that learned or understood what a grouping was by running into things that were groups. Like perhaps when you were a child, you had a group of blocks and they were together in a pile, and then you stacked them on top of each other and they formed a tighter group or a different shaped group. But I mean, it's undeniable that there are groupings in nature, right? You understand that?
Yeah, we call things group that group together. Got it.
Okay, but it isn't just that we call them that, they're actually there. Like if you have a pile of bricks in your yard and you go to town, when you come back, they're still there, right?
Okay.
So there's a grouping of bricks, and there's a grouping of trees. There's groupings of many different things, right? We are a grouping of living cells, if you want to look at it that way. But I mean, it's a physical fact. I mean, this is, somebody asked for empirical evidence of grouping or whatever of sets, and I'm like, you don't need empirical evidence. It is just such a brute fact. I mean,
what's a brute fact? Self-evident, axiomatic?
Yeah, that there are groups of things, that there are differences when you walk in the world from one place. This is what's really blowing me away, that we can't agree on something that we all actually agree on. Because when if you've got, how the hell could I put it? A bunch of peas on your plate and you want to take a spoonful, you might gather them together in a group, right? I mean, this is just what humans do. And without humans, there's squirrels do it, for God's sake. So we can agree on that groupings are very natural, right? Physical.
I'm listening to you, like you're pointing to a collection of things with the peas, with the animals, with the bricks, with the blocks, whatever, and saying group. That's a group.
Yep.
Okay. So we're naming it a group.
Yep. And that would be nominalism, to just name it, that, that there's nothing there other than a name. But I think nominalists, and Jay Dyer doesn't like nominalists. I don't think if JimBob understands what nominalism is, he's going to disagree with it too. That would be that it's just something that humans named, right?
Well, it's like we have different apples. We point to the apples. We have different bananas. We point to the bananas, and then the nominalist says that's what those things are, and someone who's assuming someone who's assuming universal, saying there's something about the apple nut, and something about the banana nuts, if you will, that makes it what it is.
What is that noise?
That's Brother Timothy there. You got to mute. I think Brother Timothy. I muted you. Somebody came in. Brother Timothy, welcome. So the believer is going to assume universals. Timothy, you've got some crazy feedback, Timothy. I don't know if you're trying to talk or whatever, but it sounds like
it's really cool if he's trying to talk. I mean, I would like that sound effect. Especially
Yeah.
around Halloween. Halloween, it would work great, wouldn't it?
Well, we're getting there. Yeah. So the universals are the appleness that make up the apple that we then name the apple. The
Right.
groups of apples all share the appleness quality.
Right.
So the nominalist and essentially the physicalist is denying this, but you're saying that you assume universals on your view.
Yeah, they
But
have to be.
that's what's going to come into question is the justification of assuming such a thing.
Well, assume them. I know they're there because for instance, I told you about nitrogen, right? With 7 electrons, 7 protons, 7 neutrons. Those things are actually there. You can actually, you can prove it in a number of ways that there are 7 electrons and 7 protons and 7 neutrons. But I mean, they're really there. And these electrons, one electron you can't tell from another. So let's see. Somebody who agrees with me, a philosopher who's very famous, who wrote the book on universals, right? D.M. Armstrong, okay? He would call them natural kinds or natural classes. So he'd call it a natural class to say that there are electrons or protons or apples, that sort of thing. The apples all came from the same tree. They're very similar in shape. I mean, there's a reason why we call each of them apples. There's a reason why we would group them together in our minds and call them something and say that they have this apple quality.
Mm-hmm.
I don't understand why that's so hard to understand.
It's not that hard to understand. Well, for some people, it may be. I do understand what I'm saying. Again, it's the same thing, the same problem that you might not be able to address tonight, but the justification of the physicalist to bring in universals.
Okay, that's just what I've been doing. I'm saying they're there.
You can talk about them. I'm saying in the worldview that you hold, in your paradigm, you're saying all things are physical, right? When we talk about universe, what's that?
I'm sorry, I interrupted you.
Well, if you had a question, it's fine. Clarification. What's a worldview?
No, it's your worldview too. You believe that, okay, you and I.
Well, then let me finish. I thought you were asking a question. A worldview, the paradigm view or paradigmatic view, we account for immaterial, invariant concepts and abstractions. As a physicalist, to say that universals exist, we're going to move to your worldview and say, how can you account for that or justify that if all things are physical? We're gonna try to locate what it is, the thing in question, the universals or the concept. How does that exist as a physicalist? And I know you're giving me reasons, but it seems like you're not connecting the question that I'm actually asking.
Yeah, maybe the problem is that you're having trouble separating yourself as a human being with a mind from the idea that there are apples. So, okay.
Again, you're smuggling in mind too, as Peter has pointed out.
No, I'm not. I'm trying to get rid of that. I'm trying to get you to think just about physicalism, right?
No, you said mind twice, though. You're assuming it in your worldview, correct?
No, I'm assuming that.
Okay, so there is no mind in your worldview then.
Not really. No.
Which one is it?
Yeah, there is actually, but it's complicated. But in these examples that I'm talking about, we don't want to talk about minds or language. We don't want to talk about pointing or any of that. There are no humans, okay? There are just a pile of apples on your counter and nobody's home. Can you imagine that?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, good. So there's a pile of apples on the counter and nobody's home. And then 10 minutes later, there's still a pile of apples on your counter, right? And now we could imagine that there are 2 piles of apples on your counter, 2 bags of apples, right? Okay, but why would... So now we have to start talking about humans, okay, for just a minute, okay? Now, if you were to come home, or if I were to break into your house, we would both find 2 bags of apples, each bag containing 7 apples. We would both agree on that, right? Even if we'd never met each other, even if I spoke an entirely different language, even if I was from some weird tribe in South America, I'd still see something, a bag of something with 7 items in it that looks similar, right?
I mean, I assume so. I assume so, Mike. It could be a more complicated answer, but for the purposes of what you're asking, yes, I assume so.
Okay, so that's all physicalism is saying, that there are actually 7 apples, right?
Okay. Okay.
Yep.
That's all it's saying is that something objectively exists.
Something objectively exists, and there are things in the world that look, cookie cutter the same. They have the same shape. Electrons, one electron is identical to another electron.
All right. I think it's the same problem as in the video. Like, it's just that the concept's not actually being addressed properly. So you're wanting to talk to me a little bit more one-on-one right now, which I understand, but the purpose of this video is to try to see if we could get another atheist in here to talk on this particular critique. I don't think we're getting anywhere right now. It seems like you're just telling me. I don't know. I'm really not sure where you're going with this. You're not getting to the issue of mind that you do use, and universals that you use, and logic, which you've said is physical. You're not addressing those things is in a physicalist worldview. You're talking about them and using them. I agree with that. You're giving a story. I agree with that. You're not accounting for them.
You understand I've dealt with the apples, the bags of apples, right? You believe that? I told you.
I believe that you told me a story about a bag of apples existing, and then an Indian guy or South American dude walks in and an American walks in, and they both say, "Oh, there's something on the table." Yeah. I guess I agree with that.
Okay, and you agree that they're both, that the bags of apples will stay there. And what is going on? Is that?
I have no idea what's going on right now.
Oh no! Hang on a second. I got a problem. Let me see if I echo when I do this. I'll try this.
Timothy, are you there?
Yeah.
Okay, you just had some interference earlier, but I think you're coming in clear now.
Yeah, I forgot to turn that God voice button off on this microphone.
Oh, the God voice. All right.
Yeah, the stadium voice thing.
Oh, yeah. Right on. Did you have anything to say on the matter at the moment?
You're doing great. He hasn't accounted for the apples.
Well,
he hasn't accounted for anything, and he's presupposing everything. You're starting with the material; it already exists.
Oh, you got an echo going on. You got the echo cancellation, maybe?
Yeah. Let me try to.
Do we have the echo now? Oh, it's gone. Okay, so that was you, Mike, on the echo. I'm just gonna keep playing this. You guys can stop me when you want.
Just like grouping. So now you're in this other view that the things you're naming things in this particular instance, we're talking about a collection or set of things. The set of things, Jay is asking, under the physicalist view, what is that out in the world? What is it?
It could be a pile, right? There's
a pile.
Locality of 7 coconuts all together.
Wow.
There aren't 8. There aren't 6.
Wow.
There aren't 1.
Wow.
They're all together in
They're
one
together.
pile.
Gotcha.
So that is a thing, and that's what we're talking about.
That is a thing. The thing that I've granted a metaphysical category for that's not identical to the particular.
Yeah, Mike, what did you have anything on that? That is a good point by JimBob. The set is the thing. It's not a physical thing.
Okay.
Yeah, you made a metaphysical claim there. But that's another thing too. You allow universals, you allow metaphysics metaphysics on a physicalist worldview.
Yeah, let's.
Okay.
I think that's at least first honesty.
Materialist.
It's like,
So there's not actually anything instantiated. I mean, in your mind.
Okay, so Mike's, you're playing the video in your background now. Oh, Mike, are you there?
I'm here. I'm having trouble.
Yeah. I think you got the video playing in your background now.
Yeah, I got to figure out where.
It's got to come down to justification and accountability, because you allow for metaphysics and you allow for universals.
Okay.
And
hang on a second. I got to fix a problem. I'm going to mute for. You can go ahead and play. But that point that you came up with, I didn't hear it, the metaphysical category.
The grouping, you're saying it's a thing, it's a group, it's a set, it's a metaphysical concept. It's not a thing in reality. It doesn't have any atomic weight, right?
Hang on a second.
Well, I don't know where this is going, because typically in these types of discussion, when you point out something that wouldn't work, yeah.
You can go ahead and play it if you want while I'm messing with my headphones. Okay.
Yeah, I know. I just kind of want to stay on that point. If Mike's going to allow for metaphysical ideas and universals in a physicalist view, then he's just, as I see it, he's in contradiction, but he's accepting he's in contradiction. I don't really know what to do with that. That seems to be a self-refutation from what I can understand. If Timothy, you want to chime in, or a side commenter, that's seems to be what I'm hearing.
That's exactly what I'm hearing. And I'm agreeing with you. You're doing great. Which you always do, brother.
Well, I appreciate it. I mean, it's kind of a lot of pressure on Mike, because I was playing the video, and now he's kind of in a mode where he has to defend himself. And I think he's a bit flustered with his equipment. So I'm not trying to bring the hammer down, but it just seems like I'm hearing that metaphysics and universals and immaterial concepts are allowed on the physicalist view. Then what is this actual physicalist view? It seems it has to be something other than physicalism. I guess that's where this is going to go.
And he's using logic, like both identifying the bag of apples, and logic by definition is, abstract. Logic is not a tangible thing that you can reach out and grab and put some logic in your pocket, or, that's not physicalism.
Well, that is a good point, because even if he was to assume logic as well, he did say the other day that logic is physical. It's a physical thing. So that might be the direction to go in.
Okay.
Yeah. So, yeah, I guess we were just talking about allowing for these metaphysical ideas, universal ideas, and then logic came up. And you did say logic was physical the other day.
Okay. What is a metaphysical idea?
It's something that exists in reality, an immaterial idea or an abstraction that we utilize, that's part of reality, that isn't located in time and space.
Okay, I don't believe in immaterial objects. Okay, I'm a realist about objects. So how are you gonna explain a metaphysical object to me?
Well, I think that's why we moved to logic. We would want you to explain what logic is in the physicalist paradigm.
Moving the goalposts. Okay, we're talking about groupings. We're talking about sets of things, right?
Well, that's fine. You can go back to that.
Let's stick there. So what did JimBob say about metaphysical categories?
All right, hold on. Let me see here. I'll just pull it back a few.
There aren't one.
Wow.
They're all together.
They're together.
File.
Gotcha.
So that is a thing, and that's what we're talking about.
That is a thing. The thing that I've granted a metaphysical category for that's not identical to the particulars in an arrangement. You just claim a pile now?
So you're calling the set a thing, and he's pointing out it's a metaphysical claim, right?
Okay, but it's not. It's a physical claim. It's a physicalist claim that there's actually a pile of things. In physicalism,
we know we know there's things grouped together. When you point to them and call them a set, he's saying that idea is a metaphysical claim, and you're just saying no, it's just a pile of things we're calling a set.
Why is it a metaphysical claim? Okay, we are talking about metaphysics. We're talking about universal, but you don't want to use the word metaphysics as an adjective for the items you're talking about in metaphysics. Okay, that's just going to result in pain. So we have it's called a universal or a class, or we could call it a set, and it doesn't matter what we call it. We're still going to encounter things in the world that are in groups that are closer together than others. Why a flock of birds? Why do we call it a flock of birds? I mean, are the birds distributed all over the world? No, they're in one place in the sky, right? You understand that part. That's physicalism. It stops there. It doesn't make the set or what we think of it or how our minds work or any of that some real form in the universe. That would be Platonism. Okay, that's what a physicalist will do, and there's nothing inconsistent about that, because I know you live your life this way. I know you group things together. You peel potatoes and you put them in one pot. Otherwise, you're going to die.
Yeah, I get that.
What am I saying? So crazy. Maybe you can tell me that.
I didn't hear you.
Oh, what am I saying? Okay, if we call a pile of potatoes in a pot a pile of potatoes, what am I saying there that's so crazy?
Nothing. You're pointing to the pile or the set, calling it a set, and he's pointing out that you call the set a thing in a physicalist worldview. That thing, that set, is what he's calling into question. What is it? And then you're going back to just the pile of potatoes. So he's saying, so the pile of potatoes is identical to the set. It's the same thing. And then you're saying no, it's a description.
Okay, can you try to repeat that whole thing that you just said again?
Let's just see what JimBob says, and then we can probably get it a little bit clearer.
Okay. There aren't one.
Wow.
Together. A pile, right? There's
a pile.
Locality of 7 coconuts all together.
Wow.
There aren't 8. There aren't 6.
Wow.
There aren't 1.
Wow.
They're all together in
They're
one
together.
pile.
Gotcha.
So that is a thing, and that's what we're talking about.
That is a thing. The thing that I've granted a metaphysical category for that's not identical to the particulars in an arrangement. You just claim a pile now?
So did that help you any?
Yeah. I just want to go over what you said. Okay, right away when you started talking about the pile of potatoes, right?
Hold on. You said that helped you. You understand what he's saying you're doing?
No, I understand what you said that I wanted.
I'm asking you about what JimBob said. That's why I rewound it. You just said it helped. You just said it helped, and then you moved to ask.
Okay, he's repeating what I said. He said, "Oh, he's calling it a pile." I mean, what has he said? He hasn't said anything. He called it a metaphysical object. He used metaphysics as an adjective. No, I don't care.
You said it was a thing. The set was a thing. Or the pile was a thing, right? So you're saying that's just the type of language you're using. It's not an actual thing. Right. The particulars grouped together.
A thing, a group, a set, a pile. I mean, how many words do we have for these things? Well, there's a reason why we have so many words for these things, because they're part and parcel of our living, of us staying alive, right? So anyway, But right away when you started talking about it, you started saying you're pointing to, you're calling a thing this, and then a thing, and then you said not identical. The set is not identical to the stuff, and that's the part where we're really having a problem here. Okay, because when you say it's not identical, I think what you're talking about is we've got a concept in our mind, right? So we have a concept.
So you got a mind again.
Yeah, we're all, because you brought it up. You said pointing to. That's what
I brought up mind.
You brought up mind. You said calling a thing. You said
you just brought in mind, brother.
No, you did.
Okay, you brought in the word. I'm sure about that.
You brought in an observer when you used the phrase pointing to. Okay, you're
doesn't mean I brought in the metaphysical concept of mind. But again, you have a physicalist view that allows for metaphysics and universals. It doesn't. It's contradictory. It's not. You don't have a physicalist view is what the problem is. You say you're a physicalist, but you're something else. You're a substance dualist of some sort.
Okay, what does a physicalist believe? Tell me about a pile of potatoes.
All things are physical. All things can be explained empirically, physically. As you said, science illuminates all things. All things can be illuminated through science. But you keep talking about things that aren't scientific, that aren't empirically proven, like mind, metaphysical ideas, logic.
Concepts.
What's that?
Concepts. You know.
Yeah, I don't know what to do with what you're doing here, because you're calling yourself a physicalist and you're acting like it's substance dualist. You're in contradiction as far as I can tell.
Oh my goodness, I'm trying to explain what you did, and you don't even know you did it. You brought in mind. You said no when you said pointing to, when you said calling a thing. You use that language, which necessarily implies that there's a human in the room calling the thing a set, pointing to it, saying it's not identical to something else. I mean, you brought it in, and now you're saying that I'm the one who brought it.
I'm not trying to compare that particular example. I was trying to go into your worldview. I was trying to say that you've already said in this conversation in the past that you allow for metaphysics and universals. Can't account for those as a physicalist. You can't call logic a thing without verifying that through science. You can't do that. You still use it. You still allow for it. Your position wouldn't be a true physicalist is the point. Now, if you want to talk about something I said that you want to talk about, you can move that direction, but this problem is not going to go away.
Okay. Is Captive Death still out there?
I don't know.
Okay.
I mean, anybody can come in.
Here's what I want you to do.
We're looking for an atheist to come in and defend you. It's too bad you're the only one to defend you. You know what I mean?
I don't need anybody to defend me. I'd like somebody that could give maybe at least help you guys understand that I'm making a point that another physicalist would make.
Do you understand my point though, Mike?
Let's back up here. Okay. We're talking about a pot full of potatoes, right? How would a physicalist?
Okay, Captive Death is still there.
Why are you doing that? Okay, I'm trying to say something. I want you to tell me what a physicalist would think of a pot full of potatoes. What would he say about it? On a physicalist, what would a pot of potatoes?
Want me to do a Captive Death voice?
No, I want you to tell me what you think a physicalist would call a pot of potatoes.
Okay.
You keep saying that I'm not my physicalist view is inconsistent. You tell me what a physicalist would say. What you think a physicalist?
Me telling you what a physicalist says about potatoes seems like sophistry. Hold on, that seems like sophistry or misdirection from what I actually told you. I told you in detail the issues, the lack of accountability and justification, the things that you're using. I'm giving you the philosophy behind it, and you want to talk about potatoes.
Lack of accountability and justification.
All things being physical, you're using abstractions. You're using logic, which is not proved empirically. You're using universals.
Who's
I'm saying
using it?
Metaphysics. I'm repeating myself over and over again. Now.
Using it. You said you're using. Do you mean me?
Yes.
So you're talking about my mind now. Right? Are you not?
I assume that we all have minds. Yes. On my worldview, we all have minds, which is a metaphysical.
Forget about that. Tell me what a physicalist would say about a pot full of potatoes.
So we're back to potatoes.
Yeah, we're back. Well, let's go back to a bag of apples. What would a physicalist say about a bag of apples that has 7 apples in it? In a physical universe, in a physical worldview.
Look, I'm not saying I'm not saying a physicalist can't identify these things and claim they know things and agree with a substance dualist or a Christian. I'm not saying that. We can all say there's 7 apples. I'm talking about justification and accountability for the thing in question, for the description of the thing, for the use of logic. I'm saying in one worldview, the guy's saying, oh, all things are physical. In the other worldview, the guy's saying, well, wait a second, you're using logic, which seems to be an abstraction. And if all things are physical, where's the empirical evidence for logic itself?
Okay, all of these things that you just mentioned, lack of accountability, justification, claim they know things, you're using things. What are you talking about? Who is the subject in that? Or what is the subject in what you're talking about?
You've told me that in your worldview as a physicalist, you utilize metaphysics, you utilize universals, and you utilize logic. Right?
Right.
Okay. How can you account for those things and justify those things if they're physical? Calling them physical, how can you do that? How do you justify that?
I've been trying to tell you that.
Okay.
But now you're talking about minds again. You brought minds in again because you said me, what I think, right? I'm trying to tell you.
It is your worldview that we're talking about. So that would include you. And if you want to tell me what you are, I'm listening. Okay,
so we have to talk about my mind. Okay, so what my mind is like a artificial, basically an AI neural net. Well, it's an actual real neural net, a biological one. But okay, I'm a neural net. And in my life, throughout my life, I have run into piles of things, groupings, things that I can see. And if I look over to the right, I see something that is the same, right? So I have 2 things that are the same. I see one apple. I'm a 3-year-old. I see mommy gives me an apple. And then I look over and I see that she gave daddy an apple too. Okay. You understand that human minds can recognize objects, right? 2 apples. That there are apples. That there's something similar about that apple and this apple. If you see an apple and you bite into it, or you expect to pick it up and bite into it, you know what you're going to get because you've encountered an apple before. That's a physicalist view. What's wrong with that?
The physicalist view is that, let me see if I get this right. You get an apple from your mom and bite it, and you say, this is an apple, and then you're a physicalist. Did I miss something?
Yeah. Basically all humans are naturalists and physicalists at the core. That's how we operate, right? We just wouldn't make that metaphysical claim. Okay, it's 7
we're having a philosophical discussion, okay? I think we're beyond mama giving us apples.
But we got to use real simple examples, otherwise we're going to get lost.
And how do you account for the existence of the apples?
How do I account for existence? Why do I have to account for that? Okay. Do you account for the existence of your food every time you take a bite?
Yeah, it comes from a creator.
And you say that every time you take a bite.
An intelligence that had the information to create the apple.
Okay, when you stop at a stop sign or you slam on your brakes when something runs in front of your car, do you account for that?
No, you're going to have to be a little bit more specific on that. What do you mean, do I account for that?
Well, you said you have to justify everything. You have to account for everything. I'm asking
No,
you.
I didn't. I asked
You sit
you.
around and
No,
account for
no, I
everything.
didn't. I asked you how you accounted for the apples existing.
The same way you account for it. I know apples. I picked
Right,
apples.
but what brought them into existence?
Why do I need to know that? Well, okay. I do know that. The tree brought them into existence. I can see
What brought
that.
the tree into existence?
Okay, now we're going to back up to where? Big Bang? We're
You're
going
gonna have
way
to.
back.
You're
What?
gonna have to back up to a creator.
Okay, so every time you start, every time when a dog runs out in front of your car and you slam on the brakes, you back all the way up to the Big Bang, right?
Well, what?
Do
Now
you?
wait a minute. You're
Just answer
assuming
my
that I
question.
have
Do
to.
you back up to the Big Bang when you
You're
step on the
still. You're
brakes?
assuming that I have to back up to something
Right.
by, because of a physical event, rather than back up from the dog, back up from the car, back
You're
up.
assuming I.
No, you have to back up to the existence of these things, and what you're trying to get me to back up to the event, what occurred.
Right.
Right. That's
Same thing you're doing to me.
no. I'm asking you
Yeah.
how you account for the existence of the apples. How did
Why do
the
I have to
apples?
account for it?
How did they come into
What-
being?
I'm not until
How did they obtain the physical characteristics that you're describing to me?
physicalism, chemistry, organics, biology. That's how apples came to be. What's so complicated about that? Okay, if you build a table and sell it to me, and I
Right.
ask you, how did this table come to be? What would you say to me?
Somebody built it. Probably. Right.
You built it, right? You built it for me.
Whoever. It didn't fall out of the sky assembled.
Okay, if my I go outside and my driveway is washed out by a flash flood,
Right.
and you come out there and say, how did this come to be? What would you say? What would you
Okay.
think?
No, wait a minute. You that's two separate questions. You
That's
asked
a
about the
question.
table, a physical object that exists.
Yep.
Okay. And then you went to an event, something occurring. Okay,
Yep.
that's not
Different.
physical. Something occurring is not physical.
Okay, under physicalism, you building the table is metaphysically no different than a flash flood washing out my driveway. Okay, they're physical events. There's causality in the universe. Physical causality. Why is that so hard for
Okay,
you?
that's a
remind
given,
me?
yeah.
Okay.
Well,
so
why would you give the physicalist causality actually though?
why would you give the physicalist causality? Causality is just regularity in the universe. Go read
What is
Hume.
regularity in the universe? What explanatory power does that have?
Lots. I mean, we use it every day to do things. That's how this computer works.
Well, that's what we're getting at, like the regularity in nature, induction that the past, the future will be like the past, identity over time, that things remain as they are. When we do science, we assume these philosophies before we can even do the science, the physical sciences. So you've got all these things in science that aren't accounted for by science. That's pretty much the point, the same point that I've been bringing home to you. You've never studied David Hume? The problem with induction?
I have his books.
Well, you're going to read them?
I did.
Okay, so you understand the problem of induction, right?
Yeah, and what he settled with is that there's regularity. And I think Aristotle came along or not Aristotle, but Kant, and pointed out that there is regularity. That basically
He has to assume it.
Phenomena.
He has to assume it. This is not something that he
Yes.
He doesn't. Okay, but look, he doesn't come to that conclusion with the physicalist worldview. It's an assumption that is brought in, that's relied on. It's the same thing as utilizing logic. Like, it's not part of a physicalist worldview that can be justified. You're just assuming it. You're presupposing it. And when asked for justification and accountability, you say it just is, right? Isn't that the answer? It just is.
Yes, it just
Okay.
is. This is reality.
It just is
Reality.
not justification in an argument. You understand that, right?
No, it is. It's physicalism.
It just is. It just is. Okay, listen. When we're asking you about metaphysical ideas, abstractions, the utility of this thing called logic that is not physical, and you as a physicalist say, well, my justification is, it just is. That's as far as you can go.
The
What?
universe just is. Yeah, it
The universe
just
just is. So it just is what you're considering to be justification.
Okay, what is your explanation for the universe?
I mean, that's all I wanted to point it out to you, Mike.
What is your explanation for the universe?
Mike, when somebody points out that your worldview doesn't have true justification, it's a problem you need to deal with. Now you can try to move to your opponent and say, well, you tell me. I understand. That's what you want to do right here. But if your justification for immaterial, invariant metaphysical concepts, universals, the laws of logic, are it just is, and I can use them as a physicalist, you've got a huge problem to deal with. This is the same thing I've been pointing out to you.
Okay, what is your explanation for the regularity in the universe and the universe? What is it?
All things start with the Christian God, is my position.
Start with. Okay, and then what? Why is the universe the way it is?
Why is the universe the way it is?
Yeah, just answer the question.
I'm not gonna be able to answer that question. It's too broad.
You're gonna say God did it. Okay, just say God
God
did
is
it.
God is the creator of all things, is the position.
Right. God created it. Okay.
Yeah.
Why is that different than just is? That basically
because it has a different element of explanatory power when you use the transcendental argument, which is not a deductive or an inductive argument. It just becomes an arbitrary starting point, and you have more problems than that as a physicalist, as I pointed out. So, you can sit here and try to move the conversation into God, but you're not explaining how you're accounting for these things physically. And then when we get into the epistemology of it, aren't we going to draw you back to, well, I don't know. I don't really know anything. I can't be certain of anything. I'm observing things, and then you're still drawing in uniformity of nature, induction, identity over time into your observations, coupled with other presuppositions and assumptions in your worldview. And again, utilizing logic, which you can't account for. So you're just in a vicious circle. Okay, so you trying to turn this into a conversation about God is not going to get you out of that problem if that's the route that you take. So what do you want to do here? Do you want to watch more of the video?
Who came up with transcendental arguments?
It's not about Kant coming up with them. He's known as the father of transcendentals, right?
Right. Okay. And what did he say?
The noumenal realm and the phenomenal realm, but he couldn't ground his theory. Okay.
What did he say about? Yeah, right. He couldn't ground his theory.
So that's where somebody else comes in. Do you know who I'm speaking of?
Did he need to ground it?
To make a coherent worldview, yes. And that's what he couldn't do.
Okay, so
other people came along and utilized the transcendentals. In other words, Kant was on the right path, but he couldn't ground it. Do you know who I'm speaking of in particular?
No, Bonson? Who?
Not quite. It's before Bonson.
Not sure. Who?
Yeah, you should figure out who that is because it's key.
It's who?
I said you should figure out who that is because it's key.
Who is it?
You should figure it out because it's key. I've given you plenty of information tonight. Plenty of problems for you to work with. You got plenty of things to work out, Mike.
Who?
Cornelius Van Til.
Who?
Cornelius Van Til.
Oh, Till. Okay, Till. Okay. He was the. When did he exist?
He was born right at the end of the 18th century.
Okay, so he lasted till what, about 1970, something like that.
Yeah.
Cornelius Van Til. Yeah, I think
Bonson was a student of him. He had a relationship with him while he was alive. But he's going to be like, I know that you go to Kant with transcendentals thinking that Kant is the authority on transcendentals, but when you enter Van Til into the study of transcendentals, you say Kant got that plane off the ground, Van Til was able to land it.
He died in 87. Okay, how did Van Til land it? Basically,
Well,
how did
I'm not going to give you everything right now. You can learn about some of this stuff on your own. It's not what I intended to do tonight. I appreciate the question.
So you don't know. You don't know how Van Til. Well,
so
how do you justify it?
So you're assuming that just because I won't answer your questions that I don't know the answers?
Right.
Okay. Well, you can assume that, but I pointed out more important things to you, how you're not in a physicalist worldview. And I purposely want you to focus on that instead of trying to question me about Van Til right now. Because if you don't work that out, we're not going to be able to have future conversations, because you're going to be someone calling yourself a physicalist while you're smuggling in metaphysics, universals, logic, and of course, always the ethical component to your worldview, which you're going to ignore, which is a great conversation. When you're assuming that I ought to take on your idea of the world, your idea of logic, ultimately, when you make an argument with me, when you go against things that I claim to know and believe, you're entailed in the realm of ethics. And you're going to tell me, correct me if I'm wrong, that it's just a complete subjective view, an ethical view, right? There's no objective ethic that exists, correct?
I don't know why you're going down that road.
Because it's entailed, right? When you study basic philosophy, you've got metaphysics, the nature of being, epistemology, what we can know, how we can know it, and ethics, how we behave within those realms, within our worldview, within our explanations. Those three things are tightly connected and interconnected and entailed with one another. When you make arguments, the ethical component is entailed in it. You can go to meta ethical questions, like when you're trying to persuade me of something, I could say, Mike, why ought I consider your logic, your view? Why ought I? And if you're coming from a subjective stance, you have no thrust in your ought except because I think so, because I want you to, because that's my preference.
I never made such a claim.
It's implied when you're speaking to somebody and you're arguing against them that you have a position, that you think you're right, that they should perhaps ethically take on what you're saying, consider what you're saying, and move with it. It's implied.
Okay, sure. Yeah, humans do that all the time. Yeah.
It's human behavior. That's the domain of ethics, which is interconnected, again, to metaphysics and epistemology. The physicalists can't account for metaphysics, but you're saying that you can. You can't put that together. You haven't put that together yet. So I'm saying chew on that and come back instead of trying to challenge a worldview where you can't even account for things that you're saying you can account for.
Okay, you said I'm not a physicalist, that I'm not in a physicalist worldview.
You're saying you are, right? But you're also using non-physical ideas within that paradigm. I'm asking you to justify that.
Oh, wow. You know what you just did? You don't know, you don't even see what you just did, right?
Go for it.
You just, okay, I said everything's physical, including categories, sets, numbers, all of that logic. It's all physical.
Okay, so where is,
and
right, where is logic, Mike?
You're not seeing what you're doing here. So you're saying I'm not a physicalist because I'm bringing in something immaterial. So you're saying that the thing that I'm calling physical is not physical. So you're just saying, nuh-uh, that's all you're saying. You're saying,
quite.
oh, it's not physical, right?
Not quite. I'm saying, give me a empirical
that's what
demonstration.
you just did.
Mike,
You
let me
just
say
said-
something. It's not all I'm saying. That's your interpretation of what I'm saying. I'm saying if you're going to tell me that the classical laws of logic are in a physical realm, then empirically demonstrate it. Bring it forward.
We're talking about the number 7. Okay,
Mike?
the classical laws of logic are the regularity of the universe. And I'm sorry, that's all you're going to get out of me is it's noumena. It just is.
It just is, right? So it's not empirical. It's not physical. Thank you. We're just going in circles here.
It's physical. You can find it everywhere. So it's empirical. It's physical. It's the way we live.
Okay.
You're not finding the laws, the classical laws of logic. You're finding things in utilizing an explanation of what you think the laws are doing and what they are. You're not finding them in a physical reality. That's the problem.
That's what they are, what they do.
Their concept.
What is gravity? Tell me what gravity is.
We got to stay on one thing at a time, Mike.
Okay, well,
we're looking for numbers, we're looking for logic, we're looking for gravity. Let's just stay with logic.
Tell me what the number 7 is.
Oh my gosh.
On your view. Okay, that's fair.
It's a metaphysical concept. That's why we're watching this video, because you guys didn't find the number 7. People reviewing aren't finding the number 7. And here we are talking about other things and still not finding the number 7.
And yet 50-60% of all philosophers would have no problem finding the number 7 in the physical universe.
Well, it sounds like you've got a case that you can put together and simply come back and say, oh, look, this is what we overlooked. These guys, Alex Rosenberg and some of his pals, they found the number 7.
I have a case and you can't understand it.
You can do that.
Because
That's
it's
fine.
right in front of you. It's right in front of you and you're not seeing it. I mean, I'm pointing to it. I'm giving you like lengthy arguments about it and you're not listening. You keep saying it's immaterial. It's immaterial. You believe it's immaterial and I can't get it out of your head. You guys belong to a cult, for God's sake.
Okay, you seem like you're taking quite a leap here, Mike.
Okay.
That was quite a jump.
Tell me, basically DM Armstrong. Okay, tell me what's wrong with his view. Have you looked at his view?
Okay, Mike, you're just reaching.
Have you looked at his view?
No.
I think you got a lot of work to do then. I think
reversal. Oh, Mike, good one.
You got to tell me. You got to tell me. Yeah.
Touche, Mike. Touche.
I mean, you've been running. You basically, do you understand how you've been running me through circles here? You've been saying, "Oh, I have to account for this. I have to justify that. Then I have to do logic." No, we're talking about the number 7, the physicality of number 7, and you cannot. I don't know what you think physicalists are. You think we're just people that
right? That's what I'm trying to figure out, because I've got a guy here telling me I'm a physicalist. Everything's physical. And then we bring up these abstractions, metaphysics, universals, and he's saying, well, I don't know where they are physically, but they just are. And now let me tell you what you don't know.
So all the physicalists in the world, which accounts for, I think, like 90% of philosophers now, or 80%, they're all wrong. They're all wrong, is what you're saying. True? True or false?
Becky!
When my mom eats rocks, it's kind of like she goes to La La Land. She doesn't seem to be paying attention to anything going on around her.
Hey, Mike, you dummy. By the way, a reference to 7 coconuts could very well be 7 coconuts that are placed in totally different areas of the world and still be referenced.
Yeah, he's getting it now.
Did anyone find the 7 coconuts of the coconut scavenger hunt?
So close.
Now you're like, well, it's a pile and you're in proximity. It's a group. Guess what, dude? The group or pile, a pile is a certain type of arrangement of the things. You can have 7 coconuts not in a pile or in a pile. You can have a 7 coconuts in a line, not in a line. You can have 7 coconuts in New York State or 7 coconuts not in New York State. The foolishness of atheism.
A set of coconuts.
Want 7 coconuts to rule them all.
He's acting
strange.
I don't know if he's going to say he's steel manning or whatever, but this is where he
knows
better. He knows better.
It gets worse.
He knows better.
It
so
gets
why
worse.
is he even saying it?
Look at
he knows better. Jay, you hear this? He knows better. So why is he even saying it? Well, I don't know. Could it be Captive Desk that it's not his view?
No f***ing dog.
Yeah.
Thanks for coming in, Mike. A lot of people working against you, I guess, the whole video. But I stated the case pretty clearly to you, the problems that I see with it. So even if we talk again, the same problems are going to come up. I don't understand how the physicalists can account for those things we talked about. So it is what it is. It just is. How about that?
Right. And it just is not a foundation for anything.
Well, laid it out like 5 times for him.
I heard you. I mean,
Well, I mean, maybe he'll rewatch it, but I don't know. It's fine. Oh, Captain Death, that was a terrible imitation of my voice. I'm trying not to enjoy his imitations of you, Captain Desk. It's just JimBob doing that voice, even if it's not accurate. It's still kind of funny, but it is kind of lame how he has to imitate you guys. Like, I think he loses a little bit of, I mean, what's the word? It's not credibility. His points are still there, but when he imitates people and makes fun of them in the way he does, I mean, he just can't justify that as an Orthodox Christian, I would say. It seems mean-spirited. Anyway, he's going to do what he's going to do as an entertainer. He's got 575 people listening. The point is to focus on the points he's making. And it's funny, too, because Jay Dyer even chimed in, I noticed. So he was watching JimBob do the stream that Mike and Captive Desk were doing. So this whole number 7 thing has gotten some attention, but it actually is quite a difficult subject because it can slip away. The idea can slip away. Even I've noticed, like I've watched it a few times and I grasp it, and then the next day I'm like, wait, where did the number 7 go? I had it. It's a slippery one, but it's a good one. No, Mike, I don't think that it's a matter of arrogance to hear another person's view. I mean, I've listened to you on other accounts, and I've been listening to you and putting together what you've been telling me. I've just been paying attention to the atheist view for a while now, and it's even a little bit. I mean, it's much easier to dissect the physicalist and materialist view than, say, a substance dualist atheist. Although there's some ease to that as well, but when you're saying all things are physical, and we simply point out these immaterial and invariant abstractions and metaphysical ideas, and you say, oh, well, those are cool. I use those too. You've got to get over that problem. And if you said that you've explained it, I'm not seeing your explanation. And you said this, there's a bunch of philosophers who have proven the laws of logic to be physical. I mean, certainly bring that to the table. Certainly, because I'm not saying I'm not interested in it. I've never heard of it. I mean, you're quite a bit older, but bring it to the table if that's what you think you have.
Tells you a lot.
It tells you
body language.
Oh no.
Oh, wait a sec. Mike is not saying I don't understand the word physical. Well, yeah, if that's the problem, then okay, yeah. I don't understand the word physical. Okay.
Is that kind of like tangible, touchable?
I mean, physical, demonstrably empirical, something that the sciences prove. I mean, it was part of his worldview claim that science illuminates everything, that everything can be just illuminated through science, which, that claim itself can't be. Logic is utilized in science. Science relies on the philosophy of the classical laws of logic, uniformity in nature, which he calls it just is, induction, the future behaving like the past. Science itself relies on these philosophies that aren't accounted for in science. So there seems to be a disconnect there. But I'm just saying the same things over and over again at this point. I'm just going to play this, unless you had something there.
Now we're going to get into body language. So the name of this is The Idiocy of Jay Dyer and Coconuts. And you're doing are you going to start a body language channel? You're going to start reviewing some court cases, right? Some live coverage. Look at Jay's body language. Look at him holding that. Look at that look Jay's doing. Look at that look. Can you guys see it? Look at the whiteboard. Look at the way he holds the whiteboard. You got to watch out for this guy. Look at him. Just let's look. Let's do the psychological examination with Answers in Atheism here.
He is entertaining.
Kind of tells you a lot. He's not.
What's it
hearing
tell?
anything.
Yeah, he definitely.
Okay, what's that?
Tells you a lot. You're watching his body language in his face. Kind of tells you a lot. He's not hearing anything.
Oh, you can tell he's not hearing anything because of his face, even though he's asking questions of the other view and trying to give him back what he means when he says things, right? So he's. Oh my gosh.
The physicalist is saying.
Yeah, so that's it.
Right. Okay. Sorry. I'm probably not going to be using, like, I'm only in like my bachelor's degree level of education, so my use of terminology might not be perfect. So I apologize for that. But in terms of, like, I would consider
just look
these
at it.
sort
It's
of
disgusting
relationships to be found within the structure of reality.
He's throwing
within the
satanic
structure of
signs
material
behind the
reality without a
whiteboard. Yeah.
necessity for immaterial reality, in the sense that you know, you can find empirical examples.
You have an argument against nominalism? Sure. It's an easy argument. Jeff, let's just take a break for a second and interact with Jeff here. Jeff, do you hear me? Do you hear me? Jeff, we're going to do a yes/no question really quick. Okay. Jeff, do universals exist? It's a yes or no question. Jeff, do you hear me? Paging Jeff from the chat. Please engage with the host of the show. Jeff in chat. Jeff period in chat. Jeff in chat. Please engage. Not as a realist. Are you a realist? And now you're going to do the philosophy thing where you're like, oh, this other view. How about your view? Okay. Let's take it that you have a nominalist view. I'm asking you. Is that a no? Okay. So, do universals exist? The answer is no. Okay, Jeff? Now, the next question is, Jeff, yeah, there's a philosophy thing in the philosophy discords where people never take their own view and defend it. They say, well, this could hold this, and this could hold that, and I can hold that, and I can hold this, and this, and this. Okay, if you're defending nominalism right now, okay, if you just said universals don't exist, right? Okay. Is the alternative that particulars exist? Yes or no? Do particulars exist? Yes or no? No universals exist, not as the realist understands them. Great. We got that part. Particulars do exist. Great. You just ended your own argument. Because when you say the words particulars, you're referring to a universal. It's the end of your argument. It's over. It's done. It was that quick. Over. LOL? No, LOL isn't a refutation. Particulars themselves as a category is a new category now that you just said exists. It's over. I just told you universals exist, just not as the realists understand. Yeah, you don't understand what just happened, right? Do you? So in what way does a particulars exist then? Because I just asked you, do universals exist? You said no. And I ask you, do particulars exist? And you say yes, right? You just debunked yourself. It's a contradiction. You just contradicted yourself. You just referred to something, a plural, that you're referring to. You said they don't exist as a realist understands. It doesn't matter whatever you're saying. The fact that you just said premise one, universals don't exist the way a realist understands them. And I assume when I ask you, do particulars exist? And you say yes, I'm assuming you mean in the way a realist understands them, right? These people are nonsense. This is probably Cool Guy Jeff, by the way. the nominalist Spurg, who never deals with the consequences of his positions, ever. He's a sneaky pig snake. You filthy pig snake.
Of these different
Okay, so
logical categories.
What is instantiated?
Bro thinks he.
What is instantiate?
Bro thinks he refuted entire. Well, is it that possible? That's not even a good argument. Is it possible that there is such a cutting defeater? How long does a defeater need to last for it to be a valid defeater of a view? You know how stupid your statement is? You think the speed at which something's debunked or the way the defeater is expressed has anything to do with the validity of the defeater? Cope harder.
No. What is instantiated in the 7 coconuts?
Coconuts, they say. They say. Jay, did you hear him? Jay's question. What's instantiated by the coconuts? He says the coconuts.
Of 7.
Okay, so the set is the relationship.
The set is a relationship. A realist thinks that universals are numeric. For whatever you're going into, describing, right? The school, it doesn't matter. It's a simple question. I asked you if universals exist. You said no, not under the realist view. I asked you if particulars exist. You said yes. I assume you mean under the realist view, right? Or whatever. Under the nominalist view, whatever you want the view you're going to defend right now. The moment you say particulars exist, you're referring to something that's not identical to one of those things. Just like the coconut conversation right now. How perfect it is that we're talking about 7 coconuts. The glorious reference that may have fundamentally changed Stefan Molyneux's worldview for forever. 7 coconuts. Now he's going to go into sophistry and try to drown us in philosophical minutia, as opposed to just dealing with these absolute statements about universals and particulars.
Here's where he got him off. He got him off the mark a little bit, right? So now, he's just
a concept which refers to relations. That's not a full sentence. You got to use full sentences, kiddo.
confusing the guy, and it just...
He's confusing the guy. Could it be that the guy's confused about his view and hasn't really figured out how to defend it? Could that be the case? No, it's Jay's confusing him.
There are 7 coconuts.
Such losers.
So what's instantiated is the coconuts, or a pile of 7 coconuts is instantiated. If we have a
particulars are real.
Coconuts,
great. Great. Particulars are real. Is that a universal? Are particulars now a universal set of things? And they're real, but universals aren't real. So universals aren't real. Premise 2, universals are real. Nice work. Great work.
Just, oh my goodness.
Sure.
How about you explain the contradiction?
So what's instantiated is identical to the objects there.
It's found within that structure, yeah.
Okay. Where in those molecules do you find 7?
There we go. Okay, isn't that great? Where in those molecules do you find 7?
Yeah, this is the best part. Now, Answers in Atheism, Mike here. Oh, man, this is rough.
So is he talking about molecules of coconuts?
Molecules of coconuts,
right,
yeah.
Right next to 25.
Yeah. Where in those molecules
See, you guys are just coping. You're not even dealing with the question.
do you find 7? So if we have instantiated molecules, instantiated in the form of coconuts, how many fucking molecules do you think we have?
Wow. Oh, my gosh. Now, I know you guys might be distracted by Sophist Jeff right now, but I just want you to really look at what happened here. I just want you to really focus on this for a second.
To the objects there.
It's found within that structure, yeah.
Okay. Where in those molecules do you find 7?
There we go. Okay, isn't that great?
There isn't a mystical universe thing out there in the world. Out there in the world, under your own view, is a universal. You just said universals don't exist. You're referring to a metaphysical thing called out there in the world. Under your view, there is no out there in the world. There are only particulars. Again, under 10 seconds.
Where in those molecules do you find 7?
So is he talking about molecules of coconuts?
Molecules of coconuts, yeah.
Right next to 25.
Yeah.
Listen how stupid these people are.
Where in those molecules do you find 7? So if we have instantiated molecules.
Yeah, a materialist, when they refer to 7 coconuts, has to bite the bullet and say, well, no, the 7 I'm referring to can't be identical to the collection of the molecules in a coconut. It's a simple bullet to bite.
Instantiated in the form of coconuts. How many fucking molecules do you think we have?
And Mike is so stupid. He's so utterly stupid. And his brain is so fried that Jay's not asking if 7 coconuts are made of 7 molecules, you idiot. Jay didn't ask how many molecules make up 7 coconuts. I just can't imagine how stupid you have to be. I don't understand how stupid people don't. Well, that's kind of the catch, isn't it? That kind of answers it, doesn't it? Doesn't the argument of phenomenalism require acceptance of universal laws of logic? Yeah. They can't even make statements objective morality like Jeff is demonstrating. The moment they make a statement, they're already referring to a bunch of things they don't think exist. And they couldn't make sense of those things, right? But then they refer to things like out there in the world, right? He said in his statement, there's some out there in the world. What does that mean? What do you mean out there in the world? Thank you, Rachel. Gifted 5 memberships. Thank you so much for that. Appreciate that. That's the joy of engaging with a nominalist, is that you just wait for them to say things and you go, oh, that's interesting. You just use this thing again that you deny has any real existence, any ontology, anything worth acknowledging.
And do you think we're going to find?
Thank you, Luca. Appreciate that.
But
Luca
no,
Belvisio.
Like, okay, we're going to find the number 7 mysteriously floating around in the molecular makeup of the coconuts.
Yeah, if you're a materialist, that would be the entailment, silly. That's why Jay's doing this cross-examination, because if it was true, when you refer to 7 coconuts or any other category, way of categorizing a collection of things, particulars, they would otherwise be unrelated without the universals binding them together. So what are those things that you're using? Well, they're not material. If they were material, just like I asked with the information, I mean, it's the same kind of argument Jay's making. When I ask a materialist, is the information you're referring to identical to the object? Is Apple, the information Apple, found in the object itself? The materialist doesn't even know where to go with this. They're so embrangled. Spatial relations are out there in the world on physicalism, right? No, that's metaphysics. What do you mean spatial relations? What's a relation as a physical thing? Duh. You big duh head. I mean, the idiocy. I mean, the kind of bullying that you should have undergone in high school that never happened for some weird reason. What a disservice. What an absolute disservice to you.
I mean, that is a piece of shit move right there.
You hear that, Jay?
Let's see what he says.
Piece of shit move asking you. You see that? Asking you. Jay, they got your card. FB says for $4.99, what if they had a comedy skit where they put Answers in Atheism face on Sammy or bench since they possible to do so? Be nice to Jeff. Well, this is nice. This is nice. Spatial relations are decidedly, what do you mean decidedly physical? What do you mean? What is a spatial relation made of that it's physical, buddy? Jeff, let us know. Let us know what a spatial relation is made of if it's physical. Please, Jeff. Calling Jeff. Jeff to the principal's office. Jeff to the principal's office. Please explain and justify the assertion that spatial relations are physical, and if they are, what are the natural properties and the components such that spatial relations are concrete, and what are they made of, sir? Thank you, sir, very much, Jeff.
So it's not the thing is, it's not an entity, right? You're not finding like an entity example.
Okay,
You're
so
finding a relationship between
instantiated,
multiple
you
sets.
said instantiated.
What's funny is something's decidedly physical, right? Decidedly, which means it's a social construct. Decidedly. The laws of thought are decidedly physical, right? Categories are decidedly physical, but you can decide them not to be? You big nonsense machine? You big gibberator? You should be proud of yourself.
We are proud of what we like. We are proud of what we're good at. We are proud of who we are.
It's made out of spatial relation molecules. Yeah. Just add more things to the it'd be funny to make a physicalist periodic table of elements. Wouldn't that be funny? Like you swap all the periodic the elements from the periodic table and you put in like logic and you call them fun things like.
That's a metaphysical term. You said it's in the objects themselves.
Who decided, Larry?
Relationship
Who
between
decided?
the objects?
Okay, but
Not in like it's not an entity, it's a relationship.
Okay, so
I'm saying spatial relations aren't physical. No. Don't go to what I said. I'm asking. You said they're physical. I ask you a simple question, sophist. You little worm. You said they're physical. I ask you a simple question. What are they made of? You say, you're saying. Yeah, of course I'm saying that. I don't hold the physicalist view. You do. What I say is irrelevant. You little worm. You said they're physical. We all asked. 556. We can't wait for you to tell us what it's made of, being that physical means something. Now, if you say, great, let's make the distinction between material and physical. Great, I'll grant it. So if spatial relations are not material, but they're physical, because that's a distinction. Okay, great. You can go that route. Great. Where did you observe the physicality you called a relation? It's the same question Jay's asking, the set. It's the same thing. It's the same question. Now, it's perfect that we have Jeff here to represent the caller here, but for me, and the caller is interacting with Jay, and it's the same, it's fundamentally the same engagement. He's saying physical is related to well, don't save him. Physics is not physics. Physics isn't physical. Physics is a reference of the physical, what we call a physical. But physics itself is already in the metaphysics. Physics itself, at least the way we describe things, is appealing to metaphysics. Like there's nothing called physics out in the world as physical objects. Physics is our understanding of operations and relations. That's not identical to all of these things. I told you that spatial relations don't need to be made of something. That's great. I already granted that. Okay. Now tell me how you determined spatial relations themselves. The thing you're calling a relation is physical. Where? Because we can say light isn't material, right? But it's physical. I'll use an analogy here. If we granted that light is physical, but not concrete or material, right? Just from what we know, generalizing, fine. But the thing is, we can engage with light. We can manipulate that thing we call light we could reproduce it, we can bend it, we can do all sorts of things with it. Now you're saying a relation. Where is that found? Such it's identical to the category of light being physical but not concrete. Physicalism is a metaphysical view, LOL. Now I don't know what you're saying. Don't use LOL. Speak clearly, okay? The physicalist says that the only things that exist are that conform to physical laws. Well, oh, really? Really? Is that what a physicalist says? I think you're tweaking that a little bit. By the way, laws. Okay, so meaning itself, laws of thought. By the way, laws of thought, you can engage with the laws of logic without comporting them to the physical world, and they still work. So now you're saying whatever comports the physical world is what's real, and yet the laws of logic themselves don't need some sort of representative objects for you to determine a logical statement or something like that of you. Numbers, right? 2 + 2 would still equal 4, regardless of apples being representative of that. By the way, laws themselves aren't physical, so that's a circular position anyway. The laws themselves aren't physical.
You're saying that the set is identical to the relationship between the objects.
He didn't say that. Again, he did it again, right, Dave?
Yep, he didn't say that.
No, he didn't say it was identical.
He's stuck on that word, and that's that same thing JimBob did to me. He sticks on one word and keeps bringing it back to you.
Oh, really?
And I said, look, okay, I'll grant you that.
Cope.
And then he asked me 5 more times after I said, okay, I'll just grant you that. You know, they get stuck on that one thing, and he wants to keep using it as everything you say is wrong because you said this when he didn't even actually say that. Oh
gosh, cope harder, dude. Stop crying.
I did a little bit of analysis on this. Only one.
I read. I say, and I was watching the transcript, and I was backing up, and
no,
he didn't say that. That's what my note says. You can look at the transcript, and he didn't say that.
So he's. I'm trying to figure out what the hell I was talking about. The justification. Let's see.
You bludgeoned with coconuts, right?
Midnight's back. Existence of immaterial entities. They assert that immaterial entities such as numbers exist in the addition to physical objects. This implies a rejection of strict materialism, which holds that only physical things exist.
Where are you reading from?
Huh? I got a bunch of notes in the middle of this.
Oh, okay.
Only physical. Yeah, the view primarily from physicalism is that only physical things exist. Now they've tried to expand it to, no, everything that exists is dependent on the physical thing, right? Dependent on it. They go back and forth between everything is reduced to physical things to things depend on physical things.
Yeah.
And my note is indirect realism suggests that perceptions are clouded by biases.
Yeah.
Well, yeah,
very beginning.
Great. Irrelevant.
Mind.
What the difference is.
Oh, anyway. But
and he's going to come up on primary and secondary properties, and I'd like you to explain that too, because it's kind of hard to understand what the difference is.
Oh, let's see.
Physicalism in slogan form, the thesis that everything is physical. The thesis is usually intended on a metaphysical thesis. Yeah, well, what's metaphysics, right? It's simple. What is metaphysics under physicalism? Simple question. What is metaphysics under physicalism? Physicalism is a metaphysical view. Yeah, I know. Okay, what are metaphysics under physicalism?
Oh, I've got a bunch of comments in here. I inserted a bunch of comments from the video.
Not quite.
Okay, but that's what you said, and then you said it was instantiated. So I'm asking you, what's instantiated when what's in front of us is molecules?
Right. So the difference is like, and maybe I'm not wording it.
So
well.
you think
metaphysics are simply the theory of physics under physicalism? I don't think so, because there are things that you're appealing to in metaphysics that are preconditions to study the theory of physics that aren't found in the theory of physics, like meaning, language, logic. These are not found in the theory of physics. So I don't think Tim Flow, unless you're being like sort of facetious here, that it wouldn't just be reduced to the simple theory of physics under physicalism. Metaphysics would include a whole other slew of things that aren't even grounded in physics, the study of the theory of physics itself, because you need all of these other things to study physics. You need all of these things to do science. You can't have empiricism even without a bunch of things that are not found in the view.
Look, let me ask it this way. The number 7 is literally identical to 7 coconuts.
No, not quite. But it's
Okay,
not
so-
identical to the coconuts. It's the relationship between the coconuts. It's
Okay,
not the
so
entity of the
I
coconut.
just asked you if the set was identical to the relationship, and you said yes.
Okay, so
Yeah, I know. The study of the nature of being, right? Study of the nature of being, everything, right? So being, ontology, requires mind, requires meaning, requires language, requires words, requires universals, requires math, all of these things, right? So from a physicalist view, how are you going to study metaphysics? From a physicalist view, how are you going to study it? You actually, the funny part about physicalism is that you actually need to presuppose non-physicalism. It's so stupid. Yeah, it's so basically retarded. It is basic. It's retarded. You can't even do metaphysics without doing something outside of physicalism. It's so dumb.
So he's got somebody who, admits, that he's doing bachelor's work in this, and he's
The study of physics itself, the study of nature of being, you can't do that study without assuming the mind first. The mind isn't found in the physicalist view anywhere. It's found nowhere. So just saying, well, no, physicalism can account for metaphysics because it's the study of the nature of things that exist. That tells us nothing. If physicalism tells us that the only things that exist are physical, then all the tools you're using, time, how do you study the nature of being if you don't assume time in this created order? Where's time? Where's that? Where is that located? Through conceptual analysis. That's my point, dude. Concepts aren't physical. Where's a concept, bro? Tell me. Let me know where you find one. It's just like, it's like the whole unit at the emergency unit, the head injuries got out, and the first thing, like the nurses were like, have you thought about going online? Feel like your sister's here to pick you up. We're just gonna open up your phone. We think you would like JimBob's chat. Good luck.
not entirely, maybe he hasn't thought it all the way through, right? But what is instantiated is coconuts.
Yeah. And he's right.
Can you hop off the crazy derail and tell me why the concept of nominalism is false? Well, things that are true need to be coherent. That is not to say that anything coherent is true, but if it is true, it's going to be coherent. Nominalism is false because it's incoherent. That's why it's false. I already demonstrated this under 10 seconds in your opening in the chat. If a nominalist rejects universals and they accept particulars, they've accepted a universal called particulars. It's the end. Goodbye. Over. Done. You didn't refute it. You just went into other derailments. You're the one who derailed. The moment you came on was the end of your conversation. And then you went into you tried to bring in deeper minutia of the philosophy of the school of philosophy. Meanwhile, you didn't engage with the thing that was self-refuting from the start, which is if a nominalist rejects that universals exist, the moment I say, do particulars exist? And you say yes, it's over. It's over. Theism is incoherent, so it's done. That's true. Theism in general, yeah, we agree. But I don't defend theism. So I don't think you didn't do what you think you did there. I agree with you. Nominalism is false. Concepts within language are a list of essences. Yeah, for a lack of a better term, essence, right? There are real things, even mind, right? Tim Flow. Forget the essence of words and universals. Even the mind being a necessary component to physicalism. The moment you ask a physicalist, what is mind? What is a mind? They can only say the brain. And then they'll say, emergent property. Emergent property. Not knowing that the school of emergentism actually debunks that view.
It's the relationship between the example and what you're doing with the example, like communicating to you and everybody
Cool assertion.
else that this is 7 coconuts.
Yeah, how you're grouping it.
So that's what he's saying. That's the interrelationship. Is you have the example, and now you're doing an explanation, and that's how, primarily. So
let's see how the cope now. Let's see what he says now. You're equivocating. A nominalist affirms an explanation for the thing we call universals. They just deny the realist. Dude, do you accept that particulars exist? Yes or no? You little obfuscating worm. We already know your belief, dude. We already know what we're critiquing here. I'm asking you the same for the reason that you deny universals exist. Do you affirm particulars exist? It's a simple freaking question. You only defend the 3-God version of theism? No, what are you, a Muslim? Get out of here, camel diddler. If you're not going to engage with the triune God belief, then just don't talk. Jim, focus. Take your Adderall. Right. No arguments. What do you think our universal is under realism? That's not what's in question, dude. The fact that you're dodging this problem is all we need to know about you, dude. That's all we need to know about you. Now, let's get to Answers in Atheism drawing on his own whiteboard. I can't wait.
I can tell you this is 7 coconuts. That's why we need it, right?
Yep. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And of course, they probably fell off of coconut.
I keep wanting to go, like the Count on Sesame Street.
What does a coconut tree look like? It looks kind of like that, right? That's coconut tree. I don't know. I'm not very good at drawing coconut trees, but
yep,
anyway.
That's good enough.
Okay.
Physicalists can use concepts. They just see it as a false concept that is useful for practical reasons. Right. Well, that's self-refuting, because if they make truth statements and they're using things that they think are false that don't really exist, then all truth would be illusory. They have an epistemic problem. That's ultimately what cuts down their view, is it's incoherent, because all their epistemology relies on things that they don't believe exist. It's embarrassing. They're proud of it. They're proud of it.
We are proud of what we like. We are proud of what we're good at. We are proud of who we are.
I'm an atheist, but Muhammad Majab, probably. I don't think William Lane Craig is necessarily a good overall apologist, but he can debate some things. Like, he completely destroyed Sam Harris's moral landscape years ago. But yeah, I wouldn't have predicted William Lane Craig would have done well. And the reason is he doesn't do well. I could just predict how he argued. I bet you William Lane Craig argued from some sort of materialist analogy for the Trinity. I bet you he brought up water. I bet you he brought up some tripartite aspects of reality that can't be identical to the Trinity in its nature. Right? Is that what he did? Yeah, he deserves to lose.
We got 7 coconuts, and then over here we might have another coconut, and over here we might have 3 coconuts, right? That fell off. Another tree.
I'm emotionally attached to
and-
Jesus. Yeah, so what? From your view, I was determined to. Why would you argue against it? You failure.
You know, okay. So now what we're doing is we're
It's too
looking at
easy. It's like
groupings,
swatting
right?
mosquitoes. It's like I'm sitting on the back deck and just swatting at little
In
mosquitoes.
Physicalism, right? We're looking at groupings of coconuts. Now,
Look at Mike
one
go.
thing for
Like
God's
he's circling groups of coconuts. Groups, right? The thing in question, what is the set? Right? What under physicalism, what is the thing you're referring to called the set? He's circling things.
damn sure is that these coconuts are in proximity of
Dude, you idiot. I already established that a group of coconuts or a set of coconuts don't need to be in proximity, dummy.
the other coconuts. So that's kind of the relationship we're talking about there.
No, we're not. That could be different, dummy. Pile theory. Yeah, pile theory. Well, these nuts exist because they're close together. They're close to my chin. Close together. What if there was a kind of coconut that was kind of rare in its ripeness, and people collected it from different regions, right? And they all went home with a different coconut, but that referenced that kind of coconut, right? There's some special high-end coconut. There were 7 people in the world who had that group of coconuts. Right? Suddenly your proximity garbage. I mean, it's just so embarrassing.
There's this group, and we don't want to get into observers coming along. We want to look into the physicalism of this thing only, so we don't got any fucking observers over here.
How many times are we going to do this again, dude? The nominalist, are you talking about you, denies realist universals, not universals wholesale. You just don't okay, we already understand that. So you deny universals. Do you accept particulars? Are they real? Yes or no? Yes or no? Are particulars real? Universals are nominalism. Under nominalism are linguistic concepts. What's not a linguistic concept? Fucking Becky. Listen how stupid this statement is. You seriously just need to be just wedgied. Digital wedgie. Universals under nominalism are linguistic concepts. Their ontology is based on particulars. Why wouldn't particulars under nominalism be linguistic concepts? You dork. You absolute dork. How did you not just apply the same reasoning that you did to universals, not to particulars? Why are they special? Yeah, but those things are just linguistic concepts. These other things called particulars are not. Ha. You're so dumb. Right, he said particulars are real. Yeah. How? That's a universal, dude. That's the end of the argument again. How? This is so insane that you don't even see this. You just stated universals aren't real because they're just linguistic concepts based on what? Particulars. And then you say particulars are real for the 5th time. Great. How is it from your nominalist view that you're defending particulars aren't a linguistic concept? And what are they reliant on? Is there a universal thing called a particular now that we're referencing it? How are you not getting this? From your own view, the universal you're referring to called a particular is not real, but yet universals are based on particulars. A linguistic concept is not the same thing as what it refers out in the world. Yeah, I understand that. You're not telling me anything new, dude. You're just obfuscating now. I know you're cool guy, Jeff. You're just coping now. You don't engage. This is why people hate you across all the discords. I just asked you a question, dude. If universals are linguistic concepts that are reliant wholly on particulars, and that's why they're not real, I'm going to ask you again. Are particulars linguistic concepts? And if they're self-reliant, are they self-reliant? Are they non-dependent? Are particulars, are particulars stuff? I mean, you're just unwilling to engage with your own nonsense. You're just going to keep defending and dodging and jiving and shucking.
Made those. They disappear, right? And we do have these groupings in the physical world in space-time.
No, that's not a counter, dude. The source of your confusion is you don't understand. I understand what you're saying. You just said, again, more obfuscation from you, right? Here we go again. Let's do it again from the start. Jeff, cool guy Jeff, you just said universals don't exist, right? That they're just linguistic concepts reliant on particulars. Well, the entailment of that is particulars aren't just linguistic concepts. And that also entails that particulars now aren't reliant on anything. It also entails that there's something called a particular such that you can state particulars, plural, exists. It's a performative contradiction. It's done. Particulars exist. Yeah, that's a universal. Concepts, universal. Words, universal. So universals don't exist. Particulars exist. We have universals, and universals. I mean, it's over. You're done. You're just retarded. Bredimix Maximus, member for 1 month. Particulars equals particles with an individual identity over time. Atheist cope sounds universal to me. That's right. Anytime you ask what a particular is, they're going to actually say something universal. What is this mystical? Yeah, what is this mystical category of particulars? Vicky asked. Yeah, good question. We already granted under your view that universals don't exist. That means particulars don't exist. The moment you say particulars, are you understanding this? The moment you say particulars exist, you're now referring to a universal thing. Okay. Now, Coparder, you failed miserably today. Go back to the drawing board. Get your own whiteboard. This is embarrassing. Yeah, it's a contradiction. Yeah, you're participating while you're denying something. You're actually appealing to the thing and using in language. You're acting out. Maybe it's not a performative. It's a contradiction. Fair enough. Fine. Thanks, Iron, for the criticism.
1 year and 3 year. And
I don't understand my own view. I'm not talking about my own view, dummy. Coparder, you're done. You're toast. There's no reason to pay attention to you anymore. We've already demonstrated that you can't engage with the critique. We've already stated it. The critique over and over again, and you're not engaging with it. You said particulars exist. The reason you did not deny a universal is because you say it's a linguistic concept. I asked you. You said this. We deny universals because it's a linguistic concept and it's reliant on particulars. I asked you a simple question. Is particulars itself, first of all, is that a universal? Are we referring to the same thing here? Are particulars a linguistic concept? Yes or no? The reason you can't answer this yes or no question is because it's the end of your argument. Are particulars a linguistic concept? That's the first part of the question. The next part of the question is, are they reliant on anything? Because that seems to be the reason you're denying universals, is because one, they're linguistic concept. Two, they're reliant. Well, guess what? That debunks your affirming of particulars too.
You know,
so stupid.
There's another grouping that exists in physicality,
What rights does God give us? None. No rights. You have no rights.
Coconuts. In other words, all the coconuts on our island. So, say we're on an island, we only have 3 piles of coconuts, and we know that we have 11 coconuts overall on the entire island, but that is a real physical thing. Now, if we take one of these coconuts and eat it, what's going to happen? We got 10 coconuts.
Wow. Wow. Great work. This is just absurd. They get to a part, and I'll wrap it up with these dopes because, you know, there is one part they say Mike says the most ridiculous statement. It's surprising, right? That he could actually say something more ridiculous than what he has. Nope.
And there doesn't have to be a human to eat it. It could have been eaten by single-celled organisms, right?
Slow down and
Nobody's
focus.
observing this shit.
Dude, you're the one not answering simple questions. I slowed it down. You little bitch. Universals don't exist because they're linguistic concepts that are wholly reliant on particulars. Great. What are particulars? Are particulars linguistic concepts? Answer the question or you get blocked. You have I'm going to give you 30 seconds. Are particulars linguistic concepts? Yes or no? You get 10 seconds now. Or you can call in if you want. If the chat wants that, I'm telling you that based on how he engages in the chat, you're in for a horrible exchange. Horrible. I didn't see your answer. No, I can't read the whole chat, dude. So particulars are not linguistic concepts. Wow. Universals do exist now. Not in the way I get. You're a troll, dude. You're a nonsense machine. You said they don't exist, and now they do exist. Get out of here, dude. You're a waste of our time.
It still exists. And that's what he's now. I don't know. We'll see what Jay is trying to do. See if we.
Well, that guy that I found, and when I did the thing last night where he was talking about the
shut up, dude.
What are you observing? There's just boulders and coconuts, and that's it. And looks like that sort of. And on my island, I've got one other thing, which is I don't know how to do that exactly.
Pretty much.
Do that in. But on this island, there are holes basically, and there are holes of various sizes.
You didn't answer? Well, maybe you did answer. Your answers are terrible because now you say universals don't exist. They're just linguistic concepts. Do linguistic concepts just exist? And then you said particulars aren't linguistic concepts. I don't know. If a particular isn't a linguistic concept, what is it? If a particular isn't a linguistic concept, it's a word, right? We're using language, right? If you say, this is how stupid this guy's view is. If you point to an apple and say, yeah, particulars exist, the apple's one of those. The moment you say that's an apple, you're assigning, you couldn't even point to a particular unless it was a part of the universal. Now he thinks you only have a universal because of the particulars. This is the problem of one and many things. And it's not solved by just appealing to particulars, because the moment you say that's a particular what question, they've necessitated a universal. So you couldn't even point to a particular and make it make any sense at all without the universal. For the 30th time. No, you're not listening. It's you who are not listening. A universal is explained differently by I don't care, dude. I don't care. I want to know your view. You said a universal is wholly reliant on a particular, and yet I've just demonstrated that holds true the opposite way. that you can't point to the thing. You can't even point to what it is. A particular what? You guys really want to listen to this? Good God. So it's up to you, chat. It's up to you. All up to you. Not really, but what the hell? Call into Discord? No, you jump on my channel. You're in my chat, you little bitch. Get the fuck out of here. You're blocked. Banning you forever. You're done. Fucking ban you forever, you little pussy. Come to my Discord. No, you jump. You're in my chat. Fucking failure. Get the fuck out of here. Fucking pussies. I don't think Jesus gave us our rights. I already told you I don't believe in rights, Iron. I'm going to ban you next. They reject Christ, so they naturally reject truth. Right. Pride, maybe. Only someone so proud could be both educated and completely... Well, those go hand in hand at this point, Raziel. Being educated is a curse at this point. Seriously. If that's what... If this... What's on the screen, by the way, or Jeff, if this represents being educated, I should just, we should all pull our kids out of school.
So there are some holes that will hold 7 coconuts, and there are some holes that will hold 3 coconuts. Okay. And that's it. That's the whole metaphysical model. I'm not talking about.
If you hold the coconuts, that's the metaphysical model. No, I already, dude, is Answers in Atheism here and just being silent because this is so embarrassing? No, you can have coconuts that are part of a group that are totally separate, not found in a hand, across the world, separated.
Well, these guys over here, which are brains observing.
Oh, look at the brains.
Coconuts.
Look, he circled the brains.
We're eliminating observers. We're talking about physicalism. So.
You're eliminating observers. You're talking about physicalism? Right. Great one.
Anyway, that's sort of a start.
Is it?
But he's going to confusing by bringing
right now.
Of 3 boulders, right? Okay. Oh, and this one's only going to have 3.
Oh, this is rich. This is rich.
Okay.
This is rich.
So now these 3 coconuts.
Okay, you guys see the 3
there's
coconuts?
a big wind, right? Big hurricane, but also have that.
Okay, there's a hurricane. Yeah.
Model.
Yeah, let's put that in the
And
model.
These 3 coconuts could basically fit into that hole.
Uh-huh.
And nothing else. Everything else will roll off the top.
Right.
7 coconuts could fit in this hole.
Uh-huh.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
Right.
Whatever.
Uh-huh.
Could fit in that hole. Right?
Uh-huh.
Or 3 boulders could fit in that hole.
Oh,
where the
good.
3 coconuts.
Oh, right.
So here we have an observer, kind of. An observer that can count the physicality of these coconuts. And this hole is going to end
You know what I'm
going
gonna
to
do?
after the wind blows forever, because eventually they're going to blow into that
You
hole.
you guys know what I'm going to do? I just took a snapshot of this. I'm going to make a mug and put it on the website. Mike's drawing here. I'm going to make a mug of that little drawing there. Put it on the website. I mean, this little drawing right here should be pretty much preserved eternally in time. Alter Void, $5. Thank you. Is it just me? Does Captive Desk voice just make you want to sleep? Yeah, he's sleeping. Yeah, I think he's sleepwalking.
And this one's only going to have 3. And so this acts as like an observer. Do you see that?
Who brought up
And
the
we're just
coconut?
talking about physical.
The coconut argument is actually a meme already. It's years in the making. Years in the making. It's a meme.
Holes and boulders and coconuts. There's no brains.
There's no.
So
There's no brains to determine if there's 3 coconuts in the hole versus 7 versus a boulder versus a coconut. Wow. This is top tier.
You have, in effect, a way to count coconuts with how many fit into a hole. So here we have a relationship.
Copyright?
Between
No, it'll be worth it.
Okay,
imagine
those coconuts won't
imagine he
fit
takes
there.
me to court
These
for
will,
this drawing.
These boulders will fit here. These are relationships.
I'll give him half of it. I'll offer Mike from Answers in Atheism half of the half of the
in the world that are possible.
Prophets.
So that's how numbers are real, on my view. Anyway.
Wow, great work there.
And he's basically right again, because it's a relationship.
It's a
relationship.
Go to sleep.
Yeah, you can call that.
You guys go to sleep now.
The example of
you're not getting out of the cave. You're not getting out of the pit until I say so.
You're trying to do. Well, will 7 coconuts fit in this hole, or will they fit in this hole?
These people are so mind-numbingly dumb that they don't even know what Jay's critique is. I mean, they don't even understand what's being argued at this point.
Yeah.
And then the relationship would be figuring it out, right?
Yeah. So you doing bad science tonight, Maya?
9 o'clock Eastern.
I know, guy.
I think because you said.
Can you explain how I refuted myself? Sorry.
Is the 7 coconuts on the left identical
Dense.
to the 7
So
bananas
dense.
on the right?
No.
Sorry, I didn't hear that.
Is the 7 coconuts on the left identical to the 7 bananas on the right?
No.
Okay. So how are they both, quote, 7?
Because 7 is a cardinal number,
and
they're used for counting.
Wow. Why did I say theism is stupid? Because general theism is silly. It's a silly thing to defend because it's vague. It's vague. So that's why I think it's stupid. It's a not thought out position. If you just say I'm a general theist, it's not a good position. So this guy just says, JS, this is how dense this group is.
The 7 coconuts on the left identical to the 7 bananas on the right?
A cardinal number.
No.
Okay. So
No
how
words.
are they both,
No
quote,
words.
7?
Because 7 is a cardinal number,
And
and they're used for counting. Why is that tough?
Yeah, that's why I said earlier. Basically, we use this stuff to communicate with each other. So
Yeah, it's like there's a
I
separate
can
system.
say, yeah, bring 7 coconuts to the party, and then to bring 7 coconuts to the party.
Yeah, there's a separate system in our minds for counting, and using that separate system, we've assigned a value to that set of coconuts of 7 under the count property, and I don't know why that's a problem.
But the universe doesn't have a 7, right?
Right. That's something that we've discovered.
Listen
Yeah,
to
it
this.
fucking does.
This is beautiful. Listen, now they're fighting.
Okay, let's get rid of the brains, right?
Let's listen to this.
Are there or are there not 7 coconuts in this pile that exist
Yes.
without anybody being there? And
You got rid of your brain, so it's all a moot point.
It's all
You can't assess.
See, now Mike understands, maybe from hanging out here, God bless him, is that there is some unifying truth. There is some conceptual analysis that exists that precedes our mind's ability to discern it. So now these guys are now caught between discerning these kind of truths that aren't identical to matter or creating it, right? So the fact that something's discovered that's conceptual like this, number-based, law of identity holds true, shares traits such that they can be part of categories. The fact that these are before a mind, and this is something that you discern, means, and the thing you're discerning is not identical to the objects. That's the whole point. This brings up, well, what is the thing you're actually saying exists ontologically if it's not identical to the matter? And that it's discernible, but not created by men, not invented. It's discerned. Same thing with logic, math, geometry, and all the rest, octaves. These are discerned, yet they're conceptual. Vesper 499, why must physicalists believe in universals as independent, non-physical entities existing beyond space and time rather than holding nominalism? Vesper, because nominalism would then just hold that particulars are real in a way that universals aren't. But to say particulars are real necessitates universals. Not only in several ways. One way is the most obvious. To say that universals exist is to say to say particulars exist. You're now saying particulars. Well, that's a plural. You couldn't actually point to plural particulars. That would be universal. The other problem, Vesper, I don't know if you're here for it, but let's say you held a position that only particular things, items in the world exist. You couldn't point to any particular item and make any sense of it. Like, you're really not pointing to anything. If you said there's a particular apple, well, if someone just found an apple, you wouldn't know what they were referencing it as an apple if you didn't have access to all apples, like the allness that is apples. You wouldn't have any reference. So in order to, what they call a referent, a nominalist pointing to a particular or some item or instance in the world can't be like, really, ultimately, like anything else in the world other than itself. But the moment they make a relation, they're assuming something exists, right? That has some other existence, so it could be referenced, you know? And so the question I saw in the chat that was pretty glorious was, are particulars plural like each other? Are they like each other?
That you can't say that unless you have unless there's a brain.
Well, sure.
Unless we're a mind projecting it.
But if these brains all went away, if the universe fucking killed all,
thank you for the Bob chat. Appreciate that.
Would this affect how many coconuts are here?
If the reality still persists, then I would say yes.
Yeah.
But I don't think we would have any way of knowing it. That's what they're going to say. You can't know 100% for sure.
Brains discover.
He wrote discover.
7 in the world, and brains discover 4 in the world. So discover 4 here.
You mean concepts? So brains discover preceding concepts. That's one of my favorite arguments for a necessitated mind, is that before brains, under their view, there are these things called concepts and numbers that aren't identical to matter, that are discovered. That means they exist.
Sure. And that's
another, yeah, that was another thing, Jace. Concepts, do they exist? That's why I was asking Jeff, the sophist. He's like, oh, they're referring to concepts.
What's going on?
What's concept?
But we would never discover that unless there were actually that many things. If there wasn't a difference between 3 coconuts and 7 coconuts in a pile, we would never discover how to count.
No, there's a difference even between 7. This is pile theory. We wouldn't know to count if things weren't together in a pile. You know how mind-numbingly dumb that is? Becky.
That's how we how to count.
Now where does their mind fit in on this drawing?
They're over here and we don't really need them.
We don't need them.
We don't need minds to look at the physicality.
We don't need minds to look at the physicality. Let me just say it. We don't need minds to look at the physicality.
You're a physicalist. You're going to understand that there.
If you're a physicalist, you're going to understand. You don't need a mind, but you're going to understand.
There's something different between a grouping of 7 and a grouping of 3. Okay. There's an actual physical difference between those things. You don't need a mind to figure that out.
You don't need a mind to figure that out. You don't need a... Thanks, Rob.
Grouping of three. Okay, there's an actual physical difference between those things. You don't need a mind to figure that out, and that's where
you don't need a mind to figure that out. That's another T-shirt. Normally, this would be about cargo short supremacy, but really, I just need here to say Sam. Yeah, Sam Schmidt.
Allahu Akbar, Allahu Akbar!
You don't need a mind to figure out stuff.
we keep tripping ourselves up.
We keep tripping
Keep
ourselves
getting into this thing where, oh, you got to have a mind to think about it. No, you don't. It
Yeah, it was give up music. Yep.
fucking exists without a mind. That's what physicalism is.
It exists without a mind. So the concept you're referring to that you say we discern, like numbers, don't need a mind, and yet a mind is needed to discern them, but they're not identical to nature. Congratulations. That's the end of your entire view. You've just necessitated mind. It is slow. I mean, it's just dude thinks with a slur. He does. His thinking has a slur. The slowest of boys. Gotta love the rift. Even yeah, I know. It's depressing. You don't need a mind. You don't need a mind to figure out anything.
Are you really trying to engage with Mike right now?
Hey, I'm back.
You guys go ahead, please. Welcome back.
Well, hang on a second. Okay, let's hear you.
Thank you for your hospitality, JG.
No, God, I can't. What the heck?
And Mike.
Hold on.
Okay, you're welcome. What do you guys got?
Okay, now I got it. Oh my God, I updated my operating system. I should never have done that. Can you guys hear me?
I understand, Mike.
Yep. It's a devil.
Tommy, you seemed like you had something to say to Mike, so don't be shy.
Oh, I'm here to listen to Mike's worldview and understand it.
Oh, you are echoing really bad.
Well, I guess that could give a man an excuse just to leave, if that's what you want.
Okay, it's my fault. Why am I echoing? Why are we echoing? Try again. Say something.
Something.
Okay. Well, it probably wasn't enough, but maybe we'll get through it.
Yeah, let's get through it.
Yeah. So let's see what we can agree on, right?
It sounds good.
We live on a planet. Do you agree with that?
Yes.
Okay, there's lots of things on the planet.
Yes.
Okay. We're living organisms.
Yes.
Okay. So we agree on that. So
yes, I endorse all of those proposals. Yes.
That's all there is to physicalism. You figure out we're in the universe. And am I echoing for you guys?
Keep talking. It's terrible.
Okay, I have echo cancellation on and everything, and it just seems to be still not working. I don't understand why.
Well, you can quit. You don't need an excuse to quit, or you can just keep going.
It was me. I had to turn it off from playing music, so my fault. Go ahead.
Oh, okay. So it was you. Okay.
We're good.
Okay. Anyway, so that's all there is to physicalism. It's like everything is physical. So everything that you know, and as far as why the universe is here, we don't know. And
Whoa.
Yeah, we don't know why it's there.
You can speak for yourself, sir.
Right. Yeah.
Okay. You say we don't know. How do you know what I know or what JG knows or doesn't know? I think that's kind of presumptuous to say that we don't know when all you really know is what you know and don't know, and you can't speak for me. Does that make sense?
I'm speaking for physicalists. Okay.
Okay,
I didn't presume to speak for you. So.
Okay, you're speaking for physicalists. Go ahead. Make your collective knowledge claim. Please continue.
Okay, that's it. Science. From there, it's all science. You figure out what we are. You figure out what we do. You figure out what language is. You figure out how we find the world intelligible. And it's all based on a physical structure of the universe. And now it isn't just matter, because matter is just a very small part of it. There's space and time. Things are at a certain location. They have what you call a metric between them. And that's it. That's all there is. Everything else is derived from that. Like if you wanted to know what truth is for a human being, then we could start way back and we could start talking about, how that works for an organism. But what I want to know is about God and how, okay, so what do you think? I mean, what is your view on God and the universe and why the universe is the way it is? Why is it the way it is? But from your
talking to
belief.
me or JG?
I'm talking to you. JG's just
Good.
moderating.
Well, you come to the right place. I myself I'm an ambassador of God. I mean the Lord Jesus Christ. I mean God. I mean the Lord. Same thing. I am an ambassador of the Lord Jesus Christ, and I'd be happy to share with you what I believe the universe is the way it is, including yourself, because God wanted it that way. That's my current
So
understanding.
God just wanted it that way.
Yeah.
That's just how God wanted it.
Yeah.
How is that different than me saying that reality just is?
Well, I think it's a little more explicit. I mean, you asked about the truth and about God, and so I rendered an opinion.
Okay, more explicit. Okay, you have faith that this is the way God wanted it, right?
Let me think. Let me analyze that for a second.
Okay.
Yeah. I'm down with that. Yeah.
Okay, so I have faith that reality just is. I have great faith.
Oh.
I lean back into it.
Oh, good. Did I hear you confess that you have a higher power?
The universe, reality.
Oh, reality is your higher power. Can I ask you a little bit about your higher power? Do you mind?
Sure. Yeah.
Oh, good. I'm trained to solicit confessions of what a man believes, especially about one's higher power. Does your higher power have a mind?
No.
Oh, that's so sad.
I know.
But that's my opinion. Have you ever spoken with your higher power?
Yes.
Do you fear religious delusion?
Do I fear delusion? Well, no, I don't fear it. I just don't want to do it.
Yeah. Okay. So you have an aversion to religious delusion, or just you just are adverse to religious delusion? You don't like delusion, it sounds like.
I like things with explanatory power, like deep explanatory power. That's what I love. I mean, in fact, I worship complexity. So if
God, you might like God. God's got that power.
No, it seems pretty simple to me. Like sounds like a human on steroids.
Oh, well, I can't contest another man's discernment, you know. Do you like your higher power?
Okay, I missed that. I was coughing. What'd you say?
That's okay. It was another inquiry about, it's a personal question. Do you like your higher power?
Yes. I love where I am in the universe.
But your higher power is still mindless, even, I'm just kind of a recheck. Your higher power is mindless.
Yeah, it doesn't have mind like mine. Doesn't have will, doesn't have intention, that sort of thing.
What's your higher power? Like something like some kind of energy, like electricity or something?
No. Just life, the universe, and reality. Outside of me, outside of my own, willful nature, basically. I appeal to things outside my own willful and selfish nature. I appeal to a greater complexity outside of me.
Oh, okay. Do you think it's wise to mock another man's higher power if it might be the very higher power you have?
Yes, I do.
Do you think it's
I think,
wise?
yeah, I do, because I want to help people. Basically, I want to help them with a better understanding of what we are as human beings. And in fact, it's kind of like a personal want of mine, I guess. But I mean, I can let it go, often, and but I find it interesting, and I want to help people have deeper faith in reality, in life,
I bet.
in this unfolding.
I bet your higher power likes that very much. That you want to help other human beings. You want to help.
It seems like it's when I do, I seem to be happier.
Yeah. Help alleviate suffering and help other humans, live lives of religious fulfillment with less suffering or scientific fulfillment if you must. I mean, if science is your religion, more scientific fulfillment, which is a religion. Do you believe in scientism?
Yes.
Oh, I see.
It's
Do you
my
worship
religion.
it? Do you worship it?
Yeah, yes, that is my religion.
I heard you. Do you worship it?
Yes.
But
Think
it
about it.
doesn't have a mind. Scientism doesn't have a mind. So sad.
Yeah, I worship something without a mind, something more complex, and something beyond anything I could ever encompass with my mind, something beyond me, beyond my own capability or rationality.
Has the Lord Jesus Christ ever accepted you as his personal sheep? Just asking, bro. Just asking.
I don't like sheep. I don't know. Anyway, I've never had a Christian belief. So the closest I come to religion would be Buddhism, but I have a secular variety of that.
Oh, that Taoist thing, like Kwai Chang Caine, grasshopper, that kind of thing.
Yeah, I don't go for all the dogma and crap, involved in it. Just the basic beliefs about that when you reason about your life, we are very, very small in relation to everything else that's going on. And there's a point where you should be able to let go of your own life gracefully. And that's one of my life goals, is to die gracefully, to basically go into the cosmos without kicking and screaming, preferably.
Okay. Well,
yeah.
I hope the best for you on that.
Oh, thank you.
Yes. Yeah.
It's worth taking that. Go ahead.
I heard good religion was to take care of widows and orphans and keep yourself undefiled from this world. That's I think the Apostle James had that opinion about religion.
That sounds reasonable.
Yeah, it doesn't sound bad, does it? People are frightened to be. There's so many ways to become religiously unhinged. I speak from experience, and I've noticed that other human beings are wary of being too religious. How about you? Are you wary of being too religious?
What do you mean by religious? What would that mean? You mean spiritual?
Yeah, that'll work.
No, not at all. Basically, attaining a deeper and deeper spirituality through my life is, one of my main goals. So, even less than dying gracefully.
Is it true that you believe that there is no God?
There's no mind type God or will type God, or I'm only an atheist when I'm next to a Christian or a Muslim or some weird crystal worshiper. Then I'm an atheist.
Oh, okay. So you believe that there is no Christian, Muslim, weirdo God?
No, yeah, I believe there's no mind without brain, no mind without like brain and body and world. So mind has to have that. You can't have an immaterial mind. Not possible.
Oh, okay. Have you ever called out to the Lord Jesus Christ?
No.
Oh, I would suggest it.
Well,
You know,
I think
as a scientific experiment. I
I
mean,
asked
if
him
you
to
don't,
strike
if you
me
don't
dead.
have an aversion to scientific experiments, that is one that I would suggest, Mike, as one
Why
who wants to help you suffer the desire to help other human beings. And be it known that I suggest to you a scientific experiment of calling out to the Lord Jesus. Yeah.
I've walked into a thunderstorm and asked him to strike me dead. Is that the same?
You asked the Lord Jesus Christ to strike you dead after you walked into
Yes.
a vendor store? Is that what you're confessing? I don't know
Yes.
if that qualifies calling out to him. That sounds like a challenge to me. That
Well, it's an
sounds like, if
experiment.
you're really there, strike me dead.
Yeah, it was an experiment. You know, just for
okay.
just for the hell of it. I think we were at a party or something. And I thought, okay, that sounds good.
Okay, that's kind of brave, I guess. That
Anyway,
reminds me of that reminds me of that scene out of that Forrest Gump movie where the guy was on top of the mast talking about, "Come on, God, come on, put up
yeah,
or
take your
shut
best
up."
friend.
Okay,
That
but
was
did you call out to Jesus or just God with a little G, or God with a big G, or Allah, or who'd you call out to?
God. I asked the Christian God to strike me dead.
Big G God, the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob.
Well, I didn't get all that specific, but you know.
Oh, okay. Just God in general. Okay.
Now
And
here's something.
what kind of results? He didn't strike you dead, eh?
Nope.
Oh well. I
Most of my
guess.
friends died.
Oh my God! One of your friends got struck or died?
No, not struck by lightning, but a bunch of my friends died. But yeah, it hasn't got me yet.
In the fender store, when you asked God to kill you, he killed, or some of your friends died?
No, it took, like 20 years, and then they kind of broke one by one. Yeah. So,
and you've never been to Vacation Bible School or Bible class, Sunday school, or
my mom
class?
my mom brought me to Sunday school when I was like between 6 and 8, I think. And
okay.
I told her that it wasn't working for me, so I didn't go anymore.
Weren't the snacks snacks weren't quality, or the girls weren't pretty, or the teachers were creepy, or what was the problem?
All of the above. I was pretty bored.
Oh, you were bored. God.
Well, it was Presbyterian. I mean, you must understand that's pretty boring. They have some boring stuff.
Do you consider Calvinism to be boring?
Is Presbyterian Calvinism? I don't know.
I don't know. Is it? That's a good.
I found it boring.
That's
anyway, here's something interesting. As an atheist, I frequently pray.
That doesn't surprise me. Many atheist-minded, lovely human beings are double-minded like that. They just
double-minded.
Yeah, double-minded. On one hand, they're like, God doesn't exist. God doesn't exist. No, no, no. And on the other hand, they're like, oh, God.
No, I don't pray to God. I don't pray.
Oh, you pray to your higher power?
No, I pray. I don't pray to.
Is that kind of like meditating or something? Some kind of, what do you do? Meditate?
It's very much like prayer. I articulate it sometimes in words and thought, and sometimes I use hand gestures to let go of something, and I will gesture outward or move my body in a certain way, and it works very, very well. It's really a powerful way to let go of resentment, figure out a different way of looking at things.
Is that like Tai Chi or something? With put on a unitard spandex unitard, and
Yeah, I just bought Tai Chi for Dummies about 2 weeks ago because I'm going to try to get into more Tai Chi because I think it might be a cool way to pray.
Do you believe in chakras?
Oh, hell no. Oh my God, don't get me started on that.
Just asking,
Chakra my ass.
But you believe in something, it sounds like, enough to pray.
Life, reality. I love it.
Okay, you believe.
I'm here.
Could that qualify as pantheism?
No.
I don't condemn pantheism. I mean, a man's got to work with what he's got to work with. You know what I'm saying?
Pantheism tries to put something in reality that isn't there. Tries to, gather it all together. There was a thought that I had. What the hell was it? Shit. What was it?
It'll come to you. It'll come.
It'll come back if I let it go. Anyway, so basically,
we were talking about pantheism and chakras and spandex.
Oh yeah.
Do you remember it?
Yeah, let me see. Chakras. Okay, I don't know. Nah, I lost it.
That's
It'll
okay.
come back eventually.
We'll give it time. Maybe it's God.
Well, it went around a different street, so yeah.
Okay.
Maybe God took it. I don't know.
I know it. I get the feeling that when God wants to reveal himself to a man, he sometimes goes beyond the intricacies of creation. Sometimes he'll send another human being, and God will speak through another human being.
Oh yeah, the Jehovah's Witnesses knocked on my door.
Well, who can limit God? God can send anybody he wants to. So I would encourage you, if you're interested in God, if you have any interest, that you listen for him, and look for signs. Listen for him if you have interest, because rumor holds that he's not far away, that if a man seeks him, he's not far away, and he will respond, allegedly. That's kind of it's a biblical precept, and I hope you don't have an aversion to any particular Bible or version, but it's a biblical precept. If the Lord Jesus Christ is the truth, would you be interested in getting to know him better?
No. I have no desire to enter that kind of religious dogma.
Do you have an aversion to it?
Just no interest, no need. An aversion because I think it would muddy the waters, the spiritual waters. It would make it. Oh God, sort of gross for me.
So you fear it would muddy the waters and make it gross.
Right. Like, if I say a prayer, if I do this prayer thing and I do it when I'm upset about something or I have some issue, then I always watch for signs. Okay. I get signs and something will pop into my mind, and it's like a sign, or I'll see something and something will change my mind in some way. And then I will get some sort of resolution to my problem. And it's all psychological, of course, but it's kind of cool how it works. It works very powerfully. Oh, and I did have a major spiritual experience when I was 15 years old that lasted for 3 days. And that's sort of what defined my life. Basically, this 3-day experience with, I would describe it as like burning bush, white light, everything.
Are we talking a Grateful Dead show, or are we talking something else?
No, I was sitting at home reading by the Christmas tree. Parents were out drunk, and I was under a lot of stress at the time. And an author brought me on a little thought journey, and all of a sudden everything melted down for me. And suddenly everything felt like it made complete sense. My whole life, my position, everything that I was. And it lasted for like 3 days. It was pretty powerful.
That sounds pleasant and meaningful.
It was, yeah. It basically defined my life. It made it easier for me to accept AA, the 12 steps. So I think it probably saved my life. So in some ways.
Have you accepted AA as your personal higher power?
No.
Oh.
AA is just a wonderful group of people that are like myself that I go to meetings with, and through helping them, they help me.
Is AA a cult or a culture?
Not really. It's very, very loosely run. It's sort of like what everybody wants to make it.
Uh-huh.
It has no authority from on top. In fact, they now allow agnostic meetings or atheist meetings. As long as you don't throw the 12 steps out, they're fine with that. So, no, they have no. Every group kind of decides its own format and its own thing. So, it has no power structure to it. No, it doesn't accept money. I think it's got a maximum donation of $300 or something like that, or $3,000. I forget what it is. Like if you're rich and you can't leave your fortune to AA. So
yeah, that's my maximum. $3,000 at this time. But yeah, that's my maximum. I don't accept more than $3,000 in one contribution, but I'm not a religion, so I don't guess that's pertinent. That's not pertinent. I'm just an ambassador. Yeah.
I accept up to 120,000. So for my computer work.
Oh,
for my computer. Yeah. Yeah.
Well, it takes faith to accept a gift, you know. It just does. But that's me. That's me. Anyway, enough about me. I want to hear about your worldview and your higher power, who you pray to, who does not have a mind. Does your higher power have a mind yet? Is it still mindless?
Still mindless. I don't pray to, I pray.
Just checking. You don't pray to anything. You just pray in your mind, and it's all psychological.
Well, I'm pretty sure that's how it works. Yeah.
Okay, you're pretty sure. You believe it's all psychological. Any response that you get in your mind to prayer is not from the universe or not from any God. It's not
definitely from the universe. You have to open yourself up, right? When you open yourself up, then it flows in, right? Like what's happening in the universe around you. And then it changes you, and then you come to accept it. So who's Terry J? It must be an AA person.
I'm not monitoring side chat. I'm focused on listening to your worldview with understanding, without moving the goalpost.
Okay, so everything is physical. Okay, and then what I do, I mean, as far as metaphysics goes, I rediscovered on my bookshelf today, D.M. Armstrong, and I agree with him. He's a realist, right? Uh-huh. And I've been working on basically defining and justifying naturalism and physicalism, and so I work on that. But what I believe is that there is a universe, and the kind of thing we are, it presents itself to us as a Cartesian. Meaning graph, like a graph, 4-dimensional space-time universe. It's one big quantum field. There's a lot of complex things going on. And I really, really worship chemistry, like atoms, and the orbitals and how those form. And anyway, from there, I study what I am. And I am a bunch of molecules. So I study molecular biology, and I study neuroscience to figure out how humans know things, how our minds are shaped by the world.
Have you ever heard of the Dunning-Kruger effect?
Oh yeah, I've heard of that.
Now, a minute ago you confessed that you know everything is physical, or did you confess that you believe everything is physical?
Yeah, that's my worldview. Everything is physical. I choose.
Do you know it? Do you know that, or do you believe that?
Do I know that?
Yeah.
Yeah, I know it in the sense. I know it in the sense that I have defined knowledge, but do I I think certainty, and I think the way you're using know, or the way the place you're going right now, I think are religious ideas, and I don't do those. Okay, I know things like an organism. Okay. I know things.
Unless it's scientific-y, then you'll go there religiously.
Kind of, yeah, I guess.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, that's what you confessed earlier, I think, if my memory serves.
Was that a confession?
Yeah, every word out of your mouth is a confession.
I'd like step 12. Having had a spiritual awakening as a result of these steps, we tried to carry this message to alcoholics and to practice these principles in all of our affairs. That's pretty fun. Yeah.
Are you a reformed alcoholic, or are you still an alcoholic?
I'm an alcoholic and a drug addict, but I haven't used for 17 and a half years about.
So you'll never be reformed? Is that it?
No, I'm never
you die. You'll forever be a drunk or an alcoholic or a whatever it all is, he said.
I'm a really good drug addict. I mean, I'm good at it. I mean, if a guy's got to have something that he's really skilled at, I am a skilled drug addict and alcoholic. I take it to.
Do you still do ibuprofen and caffeine?
Oh yeah, and I also started taking psychedelics. So
that doesn't surprise me. I know the ropes. Believe you me.
Are you being serious about psychedelics?
Yeah. I started like 3 years ago. My because of my daughter, I was kind of dying inside, and I needed a kick, and so I went back into psychedelic therapy. So.
Oh, that's interesting, because I learned that somebody told me Bill W. actually used psychedelics, but it's not very well known. Yeah.
Yeah, and nobody wants to admit it. He did it for like I think he did it for like months out in California at this kind of meditation place, and he was trying to use it. Basically, he was looking for a solution to get people to help people sober up in an easier way than going through the whole, seeking a spiritual experience. We lost Tommy. I guess we lost. Yeah, I'm getting pretty tired, man. I gotta go. A Christian who attended AA for years. Hey, good, Cheery J. Cheery J. I'm an atheist who attended AA pretty much all on and off all my life. I've been sober probably 80% of my life, maybe at least. Anyway. St. Tommy's happy. I'm glad he's happy. I like to make people happy. Anyway, you see, that's how that was a pretty pleasant discussion, JG. So you go by Jay. I'm going to deal with you on Monday.
Hey, good to see you, Mike. How you doing, buddy?
I'm really tired.
That's okay. I am tired too. I have spent like 3 days discussing all kinds of things with atheists, and I am dead tired myself. I just wanted to say hello.
Yeah, hi. I want to go. I gotta watch an episode of the new Walking Dead spinoff before I go to sleep here. So I'm not sure if I'm going to make it.
That's cool. Me and the wife just got finished watching WKRP in Cincinnati.
Oh my God!
Old reruns. Yeah.
Where did you find it?
On YouTube. Yeah, believe it or not, on YouTube.
Okay,
It was. They've got like a live stream nonstop thing going on. It was a lot of fun. But I'm looking forward to our discussion on Monday. And I saw you in here. I just thought I'd pop in and say hello. God bless you, man. Good to see you.
Yeah, you're going to hate me on Monday, but that's okay. Okay.
Well, that's okay. Well, I'm looking forward to it, buddy. And JG, thanks for popping me in.
Yeah, man. We'll see Monday. Probably before that, but definitely Monday.
Okay, buddy. You have a good one.
Have a good night.
Take care. I'm out too. Good night.
All right. Take care. Have a good one.
Get out. Why won't it let me out? What is going on?
Oh, I can help you if you need to. Thanks for coming in today.
Thank you.